Good morning, everybody. I think there is still someone downstairs, so I will take just a few minutes of your time so that the room will be packed when our director will take the floor. So on behalf of the agency EASME, I welcome you. I thank you for having accepted to come to this meeting, which is focused on the COSME opportunities through calls for proposals. I would like also to thank those who are following us via web stream. And I would like to introduce Natalia, the new head of unit of COSME since few months. She has taken over the responsibility for the COSME unit. I'm the deputy head of unit, and we are in charge of the COSME implementation. Today we have a very intense agenda. We have very interesting speakers. So in a second, I will give the floor to Mr. Julien Guerrier, our director, for a welcome speech. Then the floor will be given to DG GROW, Marit Niemann. She's the representative of DG GROW today. Listen to them carefully because they have very important messages for all of you and for all of us. In the second part of the morning, we have a hands-on session. And I will recall just briefly some of the COSME features because I'm sure that you know the program, otherwise you will not be here. And then the word will be given to a few panelists who will elaborate on very concrete and practical tips for your participation in our calls. I'm really confident that this will be very fruitful, and then in the afternoon we will have an even, if possible, more fruitful meeting. So let's all together get the most out of it. You have also the opportunity to ask questions. You will fold some papers on your chairs. Write down your questions. Write down also your email address because we will make a selection of questions during the coffee break, and we will answer to those who are general questions. If there are specific questions, then the answer will be given in written. So for the speakers, I just have to say that we have to switch on and then switch off the micro, otherwise there will be problem with the web streams. So now time to start. I give the floor to Julien Guerrier. I switch on.
Good morning to all of you and welcome to Brussels. I would actually like to start with a short story. Because a few months ago, I bumped into a great news on LinkedIn. It was an article published by Business Insider, and it was viewed almost 500,000 times on Facebook. It was published on LinkedIn, but it was viewed also on Facebook. And it's a story about a company that we know very well here. It's called EcoBirdie. It's a Belgian company. It produces furniture for children out of recycled plastic toys. I know them well because they were here at our industry days in February. They impressed also our commissioner, Mrs. Bienkowska, in charge of the single market industry and SMEs, the president of the European Parliament, Mr. Tajani. And it's a great success story. They were, of course, funded by COSME. That's why I'm bringing them up. Under a call for design-based customer goods. And thanks to that, they could develop prototypes, they could participate in a trade fair, Maison et Objet trade fair, and they were listed there as one of the 10 best furniture and homeware launches. Thanks to that, they are now a very successful company. They are exporting in several countries in Europe and outside Europe. And this is just a great example of what COSME can do to help SMEs start and really launch successful products. The EcoBirdie founders, Joris and Vanessa, whom we've met several times since then, told us that without that funding, they wouldn't be where they are today. And that's actually why I'm bringing this up, because that's the very purpose of us being gathered here today in Brussels. Who wouldn't like among you to be the next EcoBirdie and to be the next reference story that I will bring up in one of our meetings in the following years? So today I would like to say three things to you basically. First, make the most of what we are offering you in terms of support, get involved, apply to our next goals. Two, today is a great opportunity for you to network, to exchange between yourselves and hear from the experience of others. And 3, talk to us. You have here a lot of COSME experts in our agency who will be at your disposal during the whole day to help you apply under the best conditions. So as regards my first point on your participation, possible future participation in one of our calls, just one word to remind you that for us, for the Commission, and Marit Sliman will tell you more about that, SMEs are at the heart of our competitiveness efforts. SMEs represent, as you know, 99% of companies in Europe. They create 85% of the new jobs, so we need you. That's why you're at the heart of our industrial policy. That's why we are increasing support for the next multi-annual financial framework, meaning the budget of the Union from 2021. And that's why you have so many opportunities under the COSME program in particular to be helped to start and launch new products. Since 2014 and the start of the COSME program, it's 500 projects that have been supported with 300 million euros, and that means 1,400 participants and grant beneficiaries. Now, my second plea today is for you to exchange between each other. You've started at the breakfast already, but we've tried to gather as diverse people as possible this morning, former COSME beneficiaries, but also possible future applicants. You will see that participants in our program are extremely varied. You have business intermediaries, you have SMEs, you have a lot of different consortia of very different nature, and they can give you tips on how to go through this journey that you want to start now with us. The projects demonstrate how the program can cover very different fields, from tourism to entrepreneurship, education, migrant entrepreneurship, etc. So make the best of the networking opportunities today. Actually, I mentioned the industry days a bit earlier, and all the COSME beneficiaries that were there told me the same thing. They told me that what they got out of this participation in the program was, of course, a subsidy, money, but that was not the most important part. What they really needed and what they got through the program was advice, experience shared by others, participation in a network. They were not alone anymore, and they could accelerate and avoid a lot of mistakes because of all these contacts. And my third point is, of course, talk to our people. You have the financials, you have the operational people who will monitor the projects that are funded by COSME, and they will tell you 3 things if you want to succeed in your application to our calls. The first one is to look at the policy objectives of the call you are applying to, and to make sure that your project is as relevant as possible for that policy objective. The second one is to be extremely ambitious. Aim high in terms of partnership and finding the right people for your consortium. Aim high in terms of management plan. And the third one is make sure that the impact of your project is precisely and measurably, I would say, presented in your application, because that's one of the main assessment criteria that will be taken into account. We have also invited a COSME Evaluator who participates in the assessments of the proposals, and she will share with you her experience in evaluating proposals. She will talk to you about the key ingredients for a successful application. So I really hope that today will be a very productive, interesting, and almost exciting day for you. I hope that you will learn from your peers, from our people here, and that, again, maybe one of you, maybe several of you, will be the next success stories that we will bring up and that will get 500,000 views on social media for their impressive success. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Julien. I hope and I think that everybody has appreciated your 3 messages, and we never stress enough that our reason to be are the SMEs, but still they have to be proactive, they have to network, and also we have to stress that it's very important for us to get their feedback so that we can improve our performance. Now I invite Marit Niemann. She is the Deputy Head of Unit in DG GROW, who is in charge of the COSME program in general. She has also worked quite a lot on the next multi-financial framework program, and so she will be able to tell us something on the future of COSME as well. Thank you, Marit.
Yes, thank you very much, Francesca, and good morning to everybody also from on my behalf. So I work in DG GROW in the directorate which is dealing with the COSME program, and it's also a directorate where you have a lot of different functions related to SMEs and SME policy. So running the COSME program is one of our activities. Of course, we do it together with our EASME colleagues, but we are also responsible for developing policy for small and medium-sized enterprises. And also, what is even more important is that we are kind of watchdogs towards the other Commission services. So we try to keep a keen eye on how they are thinking small first. So how they are implementing their policies, in the sense that they really look into what the policy means for small and medium-sized enterprises and how they could help SMEs to implement those policies. And this is also, of course, one very important function. And we do it for legislation. So we always try to encourage colleagues to assess the impact of new Commission legislation on SMEs. But we do it also towards all the other Commission programs, be it, for example, research program or regional policy programs. So how those programs could be easier to use for small businesses. If you think about the COSME program, it's a specific program for small and medium-sized enterprises. And as Julien just said, SMEs are really a priority for the Commission. And then when you look at the budget of the COSME program, 2.3 billion for 7 years, and you compare it to some other programs like the research program, you would think that it's really like a drop in the ocean. But the good thing is that when we have a small budget, we need to be a little bit creative on how to make the best out of the small budget. And indeed, with the small budget and with a quite diverse program also as COSME is, we have created a lot of impact. If you think about the financing and financial instruments, so some 60% of the COSME budget goes to financial instruments, and mainly for the loan guarantees, to finance really the riskiest operations that small businesses undertake. And with this 2.3 billion, thanks to the very good leverage effect for the financial instruments, we have been able to give 13 billion or loans to companies in 26 different EU countries. And in total, with the loan guarantees, we have financed almost 300,000 SMEs. So this gives an idea of what you can do with a small budget when you have the necessary leverage effect. Of course, there are also other successful actions. We have the Enterprise Europe Network, which celebrates, by the way, the 10th anniversary this year. So the network has reached in total 2.5 million enterprises. We also have the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs scheme, where more than 6,000 entrepreneurs have participated in an exchange scheme. So all this is very good, and all this is having impact. And it's also to be able to keep going, keep having an impact. It's extremely important that we talk to those people who benefit from COSME, those people who implement COSME, but all those people who have proposed actions and who are implementing the program. And that's why these kind of information days are, of course, extremely important for the agency, who is your first contact point, but also for us because we need constant feedback on what is working well, what is working less well, where we can improve. And also for this reason, we performed last year an so-called interim evaluation of the COSME program, which means that when we started at 2014, the idea is that somewhere in the middle there's an evaluation, a comprehensive evaluation how the COSME program works. And of course, these type of interim evaluations were also carried out for other EU programs. Also, because we were preparing, as Julia mentioned, the next generation program. So we needed to have already ideas on what we have done well in COSME and what we need to change. And when we started the interim evaluation, all the evaluations that we carry out are based on extensive contacts and interviews of beneficiaries and all the stakeholders. So maybe some of you were also interviewed for the COSME interim evaluation. And when we look at the findings, the good thing is that what we are financing with COSME is something which is really requested by small businesses in the EU. So access to finance, access to markets, entrepreneurship, all these are areas where the Commission action, COSME objectives and their implementation, they really bring an added value compared to what is done in different member states. We also are very good in reaching the objective, the main objective of the COSME program. So fostering economic growth and creating employment opportunities. But where we are a little bit less strong is to implement the other objectives that you also find if you read the COSME regulation. And one of the most important ones, is of course sustainable growth, inclusive growth. So, for example, how we implement financial instruments in the way that we take into account also sustainability objective or even other COSME actions. So there we need to do some more thinking how we could improve our action in this respect. Then when we asked the COSME beneficiaries that, what do you think, because people always say that Commission programs are so complicated and it takes so much time and energy to participate. So we asked our beneficiaries that, what do you think about the COSME program? Is it complex? Is it administratively burdensome? And the good thing was that normally beneficiaries said that it's let's say the burden is reasonable. And there also we were very keen to know what we could improve. And this is something which doesn't limit itself to the interim evaluation, but we are of course all the time communicating with beneficiaries on what we could do more to simplify. And of course, EASME has had great actions in simplifying the procedures, in simplifying the whole process of participating. So this is something that we will continue. And then also one thing where we definitely need to improve altogether is that we need to raise awareness on what COSME is, bring people together, and also publicize more the results, what we have achieved with COSME. And we also need to make available the information, what COSME means in practice, all the different projects that have been implemented, what are the results. And there, of course, EASME has doing also a great job in creating this COSME hub, where you can already have very detailed information on what COSME program actually means in practice. So all these results of the evaluation, they were feeding in when we were designing the successor program to COSME. So for the next multi-annual financial framework, as we call it, or the next EU long-term budget, which will start in 2021 and run until 2027, we were thinking that what kind of program we need for SMEs. And the guiding principle in general for the Commission services who were designing the programs were that we need to focus on EU added value, we need more flexibility in the budget, we need to continue simplification, and we need also to find synergies between different programs. We do it already, but we need to strengthen this activity. And you might have noticed that the Commission has already now adopted the general regulation on the multi-annual financial framework in the beginning of May. It's also very interesting reading, and it gives a very good overview on the future programs. Concerning the COSME program, we will be part of the so-called single market program, which is slightly a kind of a bigger framework program, and comprises also other actions, not only actions for small and medium-sized enterprises, but also actions which somehow relate to the implementation of the single market. And you have diverse elements, including food safety, protection of consumers. You have also statistics part, you have standards in that program. But the COSME part still remains a visible element in that program. The total budget for this single market program is some 4 billion. And 1 billion of that money goes to finance COSME actions. And actions which are not the financial instruments, but the other actions. Because the Commission wanted to simplify the different financial instruments, because what you have also probably come across is that there are a lot of different financial instruments, and sometimes it's difficult for beneficiaries to know what are the right instruments for his or her needs. So that's why all the financial instruments for the COSME, the loan guarantee facility, will be part of this InvestEU fund. So that is the difference. The financing will continue, but it's not strictly part of the single market program. And we honestly hope that this change will simplify, will make it easier for beneficiaries to access the program and also the financial instruments, and also to see that we can continue financing all the successful actions that we have financed until now in the COSME. So the future will be very much the continuity, so continuing those actions which have been evaluated as being very successful and impactful. And of course, the program proposal is just the Commission proposal, so it will now be discussed in the Parliament and in the Council. So member states will have a say, also the parliamentarians will have a say. And if you look at the other program proposals which are being adopted now last week and still this week, there are some of them being adopted. You can really see that SMEs are a cross-cutting theme. So in that sense, also it shows that the Commission will pay very strong attention to small and medium-sized enterprises also in the next multi-annual financial framework. So. I stop here, and I wish also from on my behalf a very interesting and also very productive Info Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marit. Thanks for the hard work that you have been doing for the multi-financial framework. We all know that you are one of the heads behind this. And thanks also for ensuring that the interests of the SMEs are taken into account into the other program as well, as you did in the past and will be done in the future. This is very important as well. And thanks for having covered the whole COSME, so that I can skip my own presentation on COSME and go directly to the most, let's say, concrete part of this morning. Now we have this political framework we have heard from both EASME and GROW, and we can go to the focus of the day, actually, the participation in the COSME Calls for Proposal. We have 4 panelists here today, 4 speakers. They will present the different angles of this participation. I will start by giving the floor to Ludger Spepen. She's the consortium leader of the Enterprise Europe Network in the Flanders, and also she's in charge of the Erasmus for young entrepreneurs in this region. She will give us some tips and tricks on how to write a proposal based on her experience I'm told that you are really actually one of the most experienced person. You are chosen among the different possible candidates for this presentation. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Welcome to you all. Probably some of you know even more about COSME proposals than I myself, but I try to make this presentation as useful as possible, also not to overlap too much with other people. First of all, EcoBirdie is one of my clients, and it's really nice to have this journey together with EASME and to see how this small company is flourishing. It's really, they are now taking part in other activities also that we are developing in the Enterprise Europe Network, and it's really fantastic. So it is really possible to have success when you participate in a COSME project. I made a reflection on COSME, what's in it for us, why should we apply? Because you have so many things, and sometimes we have to reflect which part of the EU programs we should dedicate our attention to when we are in the field of business support. Why COSME? First, one thing, CO and SME, COSME, for me are key words. Co, it means competitivity, but it means also cooperation, collaboration, doing something together for SMEs. This is for me the key. If you bear this in mind, then you will have impact on your SMEs. This is the key, really the key, and I think the acronym this time is really well chosen. Very often we have problems with acronyms, but this time CO and SME, COSME, cooperation for SMEs, is really good. What is actually COSME doing? To empower the entrepreneurial capacity of our small businesses. We all know that there are a lot of challenges. There is access to finance, there is access to market that we need to leverage, because these companies, they need to be supported in a kind of, I call it a comfort zone. COSME can create a comfort zone for them, where they can flourish their own business with the help of a lot of other partners, either business partners, either support partners. And I think this is really the key of COSME. We need to enhance the capacity of our SMEs to deal with the big challenges of today. Everybody knows them: climate, circular economy, digitization, internationalization. Very often I come across small businesses that really have splendid ideas to tackle these challenges, but they cannot do it on their own, and they need some support, either through financement, either through other support measures. And this is actually what COSME can do. All actions are directed towards creating this better entrepreneurial climate in Europe. And that they are also actions that are additional to what our regional ecosystems and our national ecosystems are doing. Sometimes we forgot that the synergy between what on a local basis is done for our entrepreneurs and what Europe can do for the entrepreneurs is very important. It can make the difference. Now, who should apply? Very often I get phone calls from potential beneficiaries, and they say, oh, we really don't know whether we should do this, or there is maybe a better program. First of all, evidently the SMEs themselves. Sometimes they are the main target of the COSME, and they can apply directly as a beneficiary. Like EcoBirdie, this is a small SME. They took the challenge and they made it. So it's not impossible. And there are also support structures that can help you to find the right way through the maze of COSME, as some people sometimes perceive it. But of course, COSME is also for intermediary organizations that support the SMEs. There are certain calls that are only directed to intermediaries, but bear in mind that also these calls are finally also made for the SMEs and for the small businesses. So we have to really stress the fact that SMEs are in the center of this project. When you consider to apply, check each individual call and see who are the eligible beneficiaries. Because in the COSME you have a wide range of possibilities. You have very different calls. Some target to very special niches, others are more general. So you have to check very, very carefully what you can find in each individual call. I've put here some tips and tricks, which I call my minimal applicant survival kit. It's just small things. Maybe some of you already are much farther in progress as an applicant, but I didn't also want to overlap with the other more technical speakers in the panel later on. This is something that I carry in mind, and I also tell my clients, so my colleagues, when they ask me what should we do when we have the intention to participate. First of all, keep calm and read the rules. When you read the documents, you will see that these are a perfect guideline to make your application. Sometimes people are overwhelmed by what I call Eurospeak and the Eurolingo in certain documents. But if you go through it, in the end you will see that following the documents is the best way to survive in this maze. I sometimes get also this comment afterwards from small businesses that have been participating in this call. They said this learned us to think in another way and to express our views in another way so that other target audiences, except for bankers, for example, or our own technical people in the company, understand what we are really doing and what is the added value of our project towards society and towards Europe. So read well the terms of reference. They might be sometimes the same for a certain period of years because a call is repeated, but be careful because sometimes priorities can change. There can be some accents that change. You can have tiny little things in the terms of reference that can make the whole application different. And this is the most important, have a real original project idea that can compete at EU level. Sometimes we have beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries that come with a project. And then we have a discussion and said, can you really say that this project has an added value for the European Union? Why should taxpayers' money be spent on this project? This is very important, and people need to reflect on that before they set up an application. The most important also for setting up a project is, of course, forming your consortium. Working together is not evident. Working together can also be fun, but you have to think strategically how to set up your consortium. Who will take the lead of the consortium? Sometimes people say, we have no real experience in setting up project management. Shouldn't we better tie up with someone else who has already some experience? In some cases, this is good. In some cases, if you are really strong in the idea, it's even also good that you as a promoter take the lead. But you have to think about it, and you have to see also whether in your organization you have someone who can tackle the challenges of being a project manager. And this is not just filling in the templates or reporting to EASME. It's mainly managing the project and dealing with your project partners, because this is a journey that you do together. And on a journey you can bump into a lot of unexpected things. And you really need to have someone who is strong and can lead you through all these hurdles that sometimes can come up. Check the language knowledge of your partners. This is something that previously I never mentioned in presentations, but I come across projects with consortia where the language is very poor and people are not able to have a common language where they can do their communication. And communication is key. Without communication, you cannot set up a project consortium. So please reflect on that. You can be the most perfect expert in a certain field, but if you don't speak a common language with the others in the consortium, it will be very, very difficult to have success. Reflect on how you need to form a strong consortium. you can gather this from the terms of reference. I sometimes see this as a kind of recipe book. What ingredients do you need? Which type of organization do I need? Of course, you need SME expertise in one way or another, because the focus is on SMEs. Don't forget it. Geographical balance can be an important issue. Sectoral focus. There are so many things that you have to bear in mind, and make a checklist of that on the basis of your terms of reference, and you will see what type of partners you should select for being a strong consortium. And who can help you in searching partners? I pray a little bit for my own church now. I say Enterprise Euro Network can help you. And it's true, we can help you because we are assisting SMEs all over Europe. We know the intermediaries in your region. We know the SMEs in your region. So please contact us. We will be very happy to help you, not only for the activities of the Enterprise Europe, but also for COSME activities, because we are part of COSME ourselves. We are a kind of COSME ambassador, so please make use of it. And be sure that you have trusted partners that are committed from start to finish. The journey starts, but it has also to finish. Sometimes I come across very ambitious consortia, and midlife of the project, they are gone, and I don't know where they are. So please be sure that you have trusted partners, that they have the commitment of their central management to go on with the project, even in times when it becomes maybe a little bit more complex. And then, once you have made a decision, I think the yes, we can message is very important. We can do it. We have our expertise. Our consortium knows what we have to do, and we go for it. This is very important. During the application process, there are quite a lot of things that you have to take care of. I will not go into technicalities now, because my colleagues will do this. But just a few things. Check well documents and templates, and do this in time. Don't wait until the last minute. Things can go wrong also not because of you, but because the system is down, for example, when you have to make an application. Sometimes it's blocked. Sometimes you can have problems with mail. Please don't do everything on the last minute. It's very, very important. For SMEs also, please do the SME check. Are you sure that if you are, for example, growing very fast, that you still are an SME at the moment you are doing your application? It's very, very important also. Is there a list of frequently asked questions? Very often I find useful information there. Some questions can seem a little bit stupid maybe, but for me, stupid questions are the most important, because then you discover some minor things that maybe you have overlooked. Even as an experienced project manager, I always go through the facts, because you can find certain interesting things there. Make agreements with your consortium on the work packages, the division of tasks and the responsibility. Timeline with milestones, very, very important. Communication and dissemination plan. It was mentioned also in the introductory speeches. We need to get COSME known. It's not only your own project, it's part of the European Union, and we need to disseminate this. And the budget. Budget is also an issue sometimes. Co-financing, is it secured? Are you sure that all your partners have the commitment when there is a co-financement needed? Try to have this before. I have experience with consortia that set up a nice program together. They are selected, and then they start thinking on this. And sometimes they don't get the co-financement. So it's very important. Try to get people responsible for work packages. Not only the project leader, also others have to take the commitment. If you have a buy-in from all your partners, the project will succeed. So, project approved, contract signed. congratulations, now the real work starts. Sometimes people believe that the most is done already. Yes, we have it, and I say yes, you can, but now you have to, which is you have to do it. You have made a commitment, you have signed an agreement that you will do this project with EU taxpayers' money, and it's very important that you really start working on it. Be sure that all the documents are completed and signed. I'm sure EASME will chase you if this is not the case, but try to make their life also easy and do it from your side. Get acquainted with your project officer in the EASME. This is also very, very important because they are your trusted guides for the whole project journey. Things can change. A project journey is not a linear thing. Organizations can change, people can change, there can be some problems with the topic you chose. Try to be transparent and honest with your project officer and try to come to a solution. I can really guarantee you they do their best to find solutions because also for them it's not an issue that project fails. So don't hesitate to tell your problems also. Sometimes I come across project partners that say, oh, we really don't know if we can tell this to EASME because then they know that we are in trouble. No, it's better to tackle the trouble together in certain cases. And they have such an experience in all the other projects that they can give you the best advice as possible. Organize also a good kickoff meeting, an efficient kickoff meeting. Because sometimes time passed between the application and the real start of your project. And some project partners might have forgotten their own commitment. So try to reset it during this meeting, because it's really, really, really important. The kickoff meeting makes or kills the project, according to me. There you have to reconfirm the deadlines. You have to reconfirm the milestones. And you make everybody responsible, not only the project manager. Along the project journey, keep contact with your partners. This is the most important. The documents will come automatically because there is a project flow, but you have to take contact with your partners. Ask them for feedback. If someone is silent, ask why. And also take active part in the sessions. But most importantly, learn from each other. It's not for the money you do these projects. Set your own benchmark. What do you want to learn? What for the benefit of my SMEs if you are a beneficiary, for your own benefit if you are a small business? What do you want to learn with this project? And work together towards a common goal. When you are an intermediary, involve your SMEs also. It has no sense to prepare a perfect roadmap for doing business for SMEs if you don't involve the SMEs themselves. This is a bit strange, but sometimes it happens. And have fun. I have a lot of fun in my projects. I get to know a lot of people from all different sectors, from all different sizes of companies, and it's really fun. So I would say go for it. If you need help, you can ask your EASME project officer. They are here also today. Or, as I said, go to the Enterprise Europe Network. We are COSME beneficiaries ourselves. We know how to write the proposals, so we can also help you. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Everything was really very interesting, and everything was of really high importance. I only grasp one element: trust us. The project officer in EASME is there to help you because we have the same objective. We want to have a success story at the end, evidence that the COSME program is creating impacts on the market. So we are really there to help, not to judge, but really to support you and to work together for the success of your project. Then, speaking of working together, You will be in touch during the implementation of the project with the operational unit. So there will be a project officer working with you day by day, but actually he is only one of the people in EASME working with you and for you. An important, essential partners for us is the financial team. Together with them, we prepare the calls, and together with them, we implement the calls, we monitoring, we check the documents, and so far. So Cedric, the Ritter, our head of the sector, financial sector, will tell us something about the financial rules, which should not be seen as a barrier, but another way to help us all to implement the project in the correct way. Cedric, please.
So, thank you, Francesca. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Cedric. So as Francesca said, what our team is actually doing is assisting and supporting the project advisors and the operational units. So in the implementation of the grants, not only the grants but also the public procurement contracts under COSME. So the next 10 to 15 minutes, I will be presenting to you a few topics, financial issues, financial rules, not only related to the application stage, but also more specifically perhaps towards the grant implementation period as well, so during the grant as well. So firstly, I will give you some financial insights, a few figures on COSME. Then, as said, I will talk to you about the application stage. We will go into the structure and a few specific articles under the grant agreement. And then the fourth point, what is even more important for you, is the payment arrangements once you have a successful application and you are involved in a COSME grant. And then we conclude by going into a few responsibilities, the responsibilities of the coordinators, responsibilities of the beneficiaries under the COSME grants. And then in the last slide, you will find a few useful links that you could read afterwards. So as said, Marit, the DG Grow colleague, already mentioned the 2.3 billion euros budget, but what is actually in fact delegated to the agency is less. So we are talking for the time frame 2014 to 2020 about a budget of around 760 million euros. Just to give you an idea of the workload so far, so for the last 4.5 years, we have signed around 460 grants. And what is useful to know also, this was mentioned already by Ludgard, so there is the co-funding principle. So what EASME is doing is we fund only part of the total eligible costs. So our reimbursement rate goes between, let's say, 60 and 90% of the total eligible cost. A simple question: who can apply for a COSME grant? As long as there is a consortium, so a group of legal entities, so there can be all types of legal entities, so public bodies, private entities, and also natural persons. Worthwhile mentioning is as well the fact that we check the financial capacity. So once you are, let's say, a successful applicant, I mean, when sending in the application, there are a few supporting documents that you send in, and based on this, once you are a successful applicant, we assess the financial capacity of each and every applicant who is requesting more than 60,000 euros of EU grants. So this is really seen at the individual beneficiary level, and then based on this, we check the financial capacity, because firstly, of course, we want to not only protect the EU financial interest, but also we do not want to block you. So what happens then if the assessment shows that your financial capacity is weak, then in fact it's good for you to know that we can take different measures, in fact, so to guarantee these two things. So the fact that we do not want to block you, but still we want to protect our own interests, so we can take different measures. Then in this slide, we show you 5 general principles that apply for all types of EU grants, but also certainly for COSME grants. So the first one is the non-cumulative award. So this means that one action can only be funded by one grant, so you cannot have different grants for one and the same action. The second principle is the non-retroactivity. This means that you can only get a grant for a future action, so not for an action that has already been performed. The third principle we have already discussed, so there is the co-funding, the co-financing principle. And then the two last principles are so the fact that the budget must be balanced, so it must mention all costs and all revenues, all receipts under the grant. And then finally, there is a way to implement, of course, the grants via contracts, via subcontracts. Perhaps I propose to skip this slide and to go to the next one, the more simplified. This shows you, in fact, the grant preparation, not only the grant preparation, but the entire workflow, let's say. So as an agency, we are also monitored on our performance, of course. So one of our main KPIs is the what we call the time to grant. So this is a maximum period of 9 months that lies, in fact, between the call closure date and the actual signature of the grant. So this period of 9 months is split into two periods. So that what we call the TTI, the time to inform. So this is a maximum period of 6 months that we take to evaluate your proposals. And then, hopefully after a positive outcome of the evaluation, we have an additional period of 3 months to come to the grant signature. So as said, of course, during these 3 months, we don't leave you in the dark. So we are there, as said, to follow you, to support you through the different steps. Then briefly, this slide, in fact, briefly mentions the structure of the grant agreement. So you have the terms and conditions of the contract. Then there are 5 important annexes. So the first one is the more technical description of the work, so of the action. The second one is the estimated budget. And then there are Annex 3 is the accessions form, so the forms that each and every beneficiary sign after the signature of the grant. And then the two last ones, so Annexes 4 and 5, are templates that you will use during the reporting. So these are the financial statements. And then finally the certificates on the financial statements, which exists but is less applicable to COSME. Then the terms and conditions, I will not go too much into detail. So this describes in effect the different chapters in the grant agreement. We have 7 in total. I take out a few articles, in fact, of the grant agreement. So Article 3, for instance, this mentions the duration and the starting date of the action. So a grant can, let's say, go from 12 to 36 months maximum. So this depends, of course, on the complexity of the grant. But it's worthwhile mentioning here as well is that we have talked about the budget. So a budget is, of course, it's not the Bible. It's an estimation of costs that you expect to incur during the grant. But there can always be a difference with the actually claimed, with the actual amount of claimed costs. So the costs that you have incurred during the grant life cycle. But what we try to show here, I hope it's a bit visible on the big screen, is we took an extract, so a print screen of it's a multi-beneficiary grant, but we just took out, in fact, one beneficiary. So this is an example of an Annex 2 of an estimated budget for that specific action, where we mention all the different cost categories, and then in the next slide I will go into the actual calculation of the grant amount. So as said, there is always a maximum set in one of the articles of the grant agreement. So we talk about the maximum grant amount. This, in fact, is we look at the total amount of budgeted cost at the level of the consortium. So this applies for all the beneficiaries in the contract. And then we apply certain reimbursement rate that, as said, could go from 60 to 90%. But in this case, for instance, we take 75%. And then if we apply this rate on the total amount of budgeted cost, we come to a maximum grant amount. This is this is for us the absolute threshold. So we cannot pay or we cannot reimburse above this amount. Then, as said, there can be a difference with the final grant amount because during the lifetime of the project, a lot of things can happen. So you will claim perhaps a different amount of money, and of course the agency can also reject costs or for this. So we look at the total accepted amount of eligible cost, and then we apply the same reimbursement rate, and then we come to an amount that can be different than the max grant amount. In this slide, we focus on Article 6 of the grant agreement, which is a pretty important article for us because it gives an overview of the general eligibility criteria for COSME. So the criteria that have to be fulfilled in order for COSME to be eligible in a COSME grant. So there are a few. You see them on the screen. Then, as said, I mean, we have shown this. We have tried to show you this via this example of the Annex 2. So there are different eligible cost categories. So there are the direct personal costs, the cost of SME owners, the subcontracting costs, other direct costs, like for instance travels, and then the indirect cost, which is a flat rate calculated on the other calculated as a fixed percentage on the other cost categories, let's say. And then below the slide, we give a few examples of ineligible costs in a COSME grant. What is, of course, very important for you. So once you are successful, of course, you sign a grant. We have different payments. So the first one is, of course, the pre-financing payment. So this is a sort of advance payment that we do at the beginning of the grant. So this is always set at 70% of the max grant amount. So I said this we pay at the beginning of the grant. Then there is a possibility to have interim payments, which is often not applicable to COSME in view of the short durations of the grants. But then at the end of the project, there is always the final payment, so that where in fact we take then maximum 90 days, so as from the submission of the cost statements. Then the last two slides, we focus a bit on the obligations of the coordinator. So as said, the coordinator is in fact the main, perhaps the main party in the grant agreement. So EASME as an agency also only communicates with the coordinator. So the coordinator is the intermediary between the EASME as an agency and the rest of the consortium. So the coordinator is also obliged to see that he or she has to make sure that the action is well implemented. And of course, he or she has to submit all the deliverables, all the reports on behalf of the consortium. And then the last one is important as well because we communicate, and we pay only to the coordinator, and then he or she then distributes the money to the rest of the consortium. Then a few of the obligations of the individual beneficiaries in the grants. So, of course, as said, it's a common responsibility to implement the action well. So, of course, every beneficiary should inform the coordinator if there is something, if there is a risk, or if there is any event or circumstance that could lead to an issue or that could affect the implementation of the action. And then, of course, each and every beneficiary also has to submit to the coordinator their part in all types of technical and financial reports. Then here I will conclude, so I said, by indicating a few useful links. So what is very important for beneficiaries and coordinators in COSME grants is the first document. So this is the financial guidelines in COSME. So this is in fact a sort of guidance document that is developed for you to help you to understand some of the articles in the grant agreement. But as written here, this is currently under revision, so we are revising it. We expect it to be adopted later this week, and then when we circulate the slides, so we will include the updated link. And then there are a few links to the participant portal on how you should report, how you should complete your financial statement, the link to the FAQ, and then also to the help desk. So, thanks a lot for your attention. This was my part.
Thank you, Cedric. So I had just read carefully all these instructions. If possible, come to a financial officer, to your financial officer, to the kick-off meeting, because there you have the opportunity to ask again. Be sure that the person in the consortium who is taking this role, the financial officer, or whatever it's called, he knows what to do, and also remind that there is also the possibility of an audit when the project is closed. And quite recently it happened that unfortunately the audit discovered some very stupid mistakes, and so there was a loss for the beneficiary. I don't want to scare anyone, but it is very important that this financial implementation is done properly all along the project. So now let's go to another issue, the IT systems. So we use the IT systems. It's very beneficial for different reasons. It can be challenging. It's improving. So Claire Tombe, who is our COSME coordinator and our expert in IT system, will explain why we use this IT system, what are the challenges, and how to properly manage it.
Hello, everybody. Just a little question. Who has already applied for a COSME call in the room? Yes, 1, 2, 3. And who has succeeded to, I would say, through the whole cycle, which is submission, evaluation, that's for us, but receiving a grant at the end from the one, okay. So those people know that the system, the IT system, are the basis for the submission of the proposal. Then afterwards, from the submission until the end and the closure of your projects, you will be in IT system. Nevertheless, it's a better system than paper. Why? Because when you are sending, I would say, documents to the commission or to the agency, sometimes the paper can be lost. Sometimes it appears it's not the right documents, and we have to send back. And then afterwards, it can take a while for doing properly the things and having the grant agreements and the projects settled and implemented. So that's why. From the beginning, we have looked with our colleagues in H 2020 to use as most as possible their system. Nevertheless, COSME is not H 2020, so there are some differences in some areas for submission or of documents and the completion of the grant agreements. Where can you find the information on the published call? First of all, we are publishing the calls on our website. It's a website on which you will look for the opportunities where you can find the tenders and you can find also the calls for proposal. Sometimes the calls for proposal are published before the date when you can apply really in the IT systems, because we have some, I would say, links with the IT in order to get the feedback and to implement properly our own templates. Sometimes there are differences, so that's why the codes are published sometimes beforehand with all the templates that you can use, and so that you can prepare your application in right times, and that you have the time for looking for information, because on top of that, the FAQ, I would say, section is updated, I would say, weekly, in order for you to have all the information that you need for making a good application. And please check carefully, like Ludger said, the FAQ, I would say, part, where you will find a lot of interesting things, and mainly also things which are related to the IT systems. The first IT system is the submission system, and you will find the link for the application into the participant portal, where at the end you have the calls for proposal, the terms of reference, everything that you need, and the submission link. So, what do you have to do before you want to submit your application? First of all, like Ludger said, is first think to your project, look if it's relevant to the call, if you are in the applicable rules, if everything is there, and if not, please check before with your partners, like ask for partnering and so on. Be sure that you have everything on hand to make a good application. You have also to register your application in a system which is called PDM. There you will have a reference number for your organization and the organization which are partners in your consortium. But you will also have the possibility to upload all documents which will be a part for the financial capacity. So you have not to send documents through the application system with balance sheets and so on. Everything will be stored there. Then you can go to the submission link, and you will find in the system that you have two types of forms to fill in. You have electronic forms, which are the so-called Form A, where you have to put everything which is related to you, your organization, the organization of your partner, and some abstract on the proposal. Then you have other templates that you can download, which are part B, and like Cedric was saying, is a description of work and the estimated budget. Sometimes, for some calls, we are also asking for some other annexes that you can download, like list of projects that you have already implemented before, and it could be also some other kinds of information about the team that will lead the project. It's important that those documents can also lead for the operational capacity. That the fact that you can ensure the Commission and the agency that you have the right team and you are able to implement the project. And please take care about all these kind of documents, because they will be part of the evaluation, and it is really essential to have it. When you are in the link of submission, you have really to upload all annexes. So the description of work, the estimated budget, and maybe the other annexes. Please check carefully in the system that everything is there. It's the coordinator which has to do that. It's not any other partner. It's really the coordinator that has to upload the documents and to take care about the submission. You have to verify that you are also applying all the eligibility criteria, which can be the number of countries, the number of applicants, the type of applicants, and really please be sure about that. Make a checklist if necessary before, and checking very carefully all the criteria that are in the terms of reference of the goal are essential. So from the eligibility criteria to the technical capacity and financial capacity, which are the selection criteria, and the award criteria, which is the relevance, the impact, the cost effectiveness also, like Ludger was saying, look carefully to your budget. Look if you have the capacity to perform the work. Look also on the terms and conditions for the pre-financing. First of all, what is the amount, and what could be the issues that you could face with the fact that if you have, I would say, some concerns in your balance sheet, that maybe you will have to provide a guarantee, or okay, there are mitigation measures, but that's another story. But please verify that you have the resources for doing things, the financial one and the resource in terms of persons that will be implementing the project. You have to be very, very cautious and very careful on the timeline. Check the deadline time. You have everywhere it is mentioned also in the submission link. Where is the deadline? Do not submit your proposal at the very last time. You can have the possibility to put all information from the very beginning. Check everything. Upload what you can. You have always the possibility to change that until the end and before the deadline time. But at the deadline time, what is submitted, and please verify that it has been submitted, because if it's in draft, unfortunately, we will not have the possibility to evaluate it. So please take the time, but verify very cautiously that you have submitted the proposal, that you have the warning in your system that it has been submitted. So what I wanted only to put that in my presentation, because I think it's very essential that you know that the first system is the submission system, which will lead to the evaluation. And the evaluation will be a part of the next presentation. Then after, if you are successful, and I hope that you will be successful, you will enter in another cycle in which we can guide you, which is the grant agreement, where we will ask you more information, some kinds of documents to upload, but really be sure that from the beginning you are ready. If you are ready from the beginning, you will succeed in all the other phases. So take care.
Thank you, Claire. And you can be reassured that you have in Claire a sort of a help desk all over the implementation of the projects. So don't hesitate when you get to that stage to ask in case of help. Now we are at the last panelist. I'm really happy to introduce Silvia Barbone because she was one of my preferred experts when I was in my previous life in the tourism unit. Really an expert in sustainable tourism, but today she's here presenting another angle as an evaluator. So what she will tell you, it's her own personal opinion, but this is what we wanted to tell you. It's about how the evaluators will read your proposals, because as you know, the evaluation in EASME is done externally, so there are external experts who are assessing your proposals, and then they come with their suggestion to the evaluation committee, which takes the final decision. So, Silvia, thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here, and hopefully I can be of some help for you. So let's go, from my perspective as a COSME evaluator, so the challenge is how to build a successful proposal, and you have a deadline in front of you, which is the 19th of July. It's really important as first entry point to position ourselves at which stage we are, because a successful and sustainable project needs to be first designed, but then implemented and generate long-term benefits. So from the perspective of an evaluator, from my perspective, when I assess a proposal, I need to be able to assess through the proposal submitted, of course, if the project is very well designed. And as we have heard this morning about the consistency, about the language, about the clarity, there are many elements. But also, it's really important that the project needs not only being very well written, but we need to understand how the project will be implemented, and there are other elements that we need to assess. As well as sustainability is very important from two different perspectives. Because we are in tourism, sustainable tourism is a very important approach, as well as sustainability means to generate long-term benefits. So I always promote the theory of change. If we implement a project as supported by EU, it's because we want to achieve a change. Like we heard about the company this morning. So the selected project really need to be best practices and also ambassadors for Europe. So the real challenge is to, first of all, to design a project, to have a project idea that really can generate the change, but also building together the partners, building a solid project plan, to have stakeholders with you. So we will see now all the key ingredients and how this beautiful project idea really can make a change and generate long-term benefits. So these are the three different moments: writing the proposal, implementing the proposal, and planning a very good exit strategy. And the evaluation should be through these three different elements. So how we generate, where we are now. So in this, just let me try. Yes, right. Okay, so in this slide, as you can, we are here in the pre-project because you need to design the project. And the first link I would like to remind is very important. The project is linked to your policy. So now we are in the COSME project, so you need really to frame your project idea within the COSME-related policies. We need innovation, but you have a framework to refer to, and the framework is given from the COSME program. When you start the project, sorry, I need to go one slide behind. But at the same time, you need also to deliver on the ground. So it's really important, the connection between the policy here and the project, which will happen after the signature of the contract. So in this phase, you need to build a strong project, but again, you need also to build a very strong project plan, work plan, which is why the moment of truth is when you are implementing the project. We evaluate your proposal, but then you need to make sure that you can show also to the evaluators, you really can show in the proposal that you really are able to implement the proposal. And here it comes one key point was mentioned this morning before, the relationship between intermediary organization and SMEs. A very good proposal really needs to be the result of a synergy among the all partners. Because if you have a proposal which is really very well written, but doesn't reflect really the SME's perspective, doesn't reflect the roles, and it's not the result of the cooperation among the several partners, then you have a proposal which is really not, as evaluator, you can see from different elements that the proposal doesn't reflect the role of the SMEs involved. So you need to involve the SMEs in a very active way, because they will implement the proposal. It's not an intermediary organization. So that's why the moment of truth happens when you have active involvement of small, medium enterprise. They need to be prepared. You need to build a proposal with a strong sense of ownership, we will see. So saying that, the three different moments, so designing, implementing, preparing the post-project, I will go through 4 key elements to build a proposal with vision, strategy, and in line with the policy, the partnership, the work plan, and the success factors. The vision, again, build your project within the vision of the COSME policy as well as Europe 2020 strategy. Now, you need really to be able to bring the policy from the theory to the practice through your proposal. And you have to design your project scope. And here, I think it's the real challenge. Take your time, because the clarity of a good project really should be summarized in a very short paragraph. And you need to have a scope within the policy of COSME. And I want to take your attention here, because there are few, if you read, as this morning was mentioned, you need to have the terms of reference in front of you, and the scope need to be really in line with what the call is forecasting. And there are key elements. I want to take your attention to this. The call targets transnational projects. The transnational element is important. It's not given by the summary of different countries, but by the real cooperation in terms of cooperation among the partners, but also on the results, how the results will be implemented and exploited at European level. The cooperation between tourism and culture and creative industry, and this is critical to be within the scope of the proposal. And sometimes we have proposals where really the transnational cooperation is given as eligible criteria, because you really have all the countries involved, but then it's not reflected in a very successful proposal. So another key element, as you can see, what we look at is also about innovation. And innovation is not only about showing that your proposal is technologically advanced. Innovation can be in the process, can be in the way how you cooperate, but should be really when if you have SMEs involved and you are realizing something that is from the ICT perspective advanced, or really make sure that is knowledge base what you are writing, because sometimes some of the proposals were good, other proposals were not good in terms of explaining where the innovation was. So it's not only about having one company inside the partnership, but it's also about telling and explaining and showing a very presenting with a knowledge-based approach the proposal. One other key point to be again in the scope of the call, what you can do, you can develop and promote. This means developing and promoting means that you can design your project in order to deliver different results, deliverables, for the production and for the promotion. So this is it's really important that once you define your project scope, you link your project scope to a clear list of products and deliverables in order to achieve the scope of your proposal. Consistency is very important. As I was saying in the beginning, is one of the key elements. And the project scope is the starting point and should be really the reference for all the partners and should be recalled during the proposal and really the basis for your work plan, for your partnership, for your strategic objectives, for designing the impact of your proposal. Let's go to the partnership. Again, we have the eligible partnership. As I was saying, you have minimum of 6 and maximum of 8 partners, different legal entities covering at least 5 eligible countries, and this is the paragraph in the call for proposal. We need to have 2 tourism, 2 active small medium enterprise in the tourism sector, and 2 in CCIs. And 1 national, regional, local public authorities. Now you can design your proposal, putting together all the pieces, all the members requested, but again, you need to make sure that you go behind the eligible criteria and you need strategically select your partners. You need to involve the partners in a very active way, also during the proposal preparation, because you need to understand, you need to assign clear roles and responsibilities, which will be their role, which will be their value added, but also partnerships needs to create a multiplying effect. Now we are in the tourism and the cultural creative sector, which is quite a complex sector, as we know, because the tourism value chain is very big and complex. So behind the key partnership, so you will have your core partnerships, it's also important in order to create a multiplying effect to engage with stakeholders at regional level and at European level, so that you can, since when you prepare the proposal, you can show the impact that your project can generate. So it's really important that all the partners, they represent themselves, but they are leading the change also at regional level from the territory they represent. And to lead the change, they need to be contextualized, they need to make sure that they are supported by some of the stakeholders, key stakeholders. The project needs to reflect a common vision. It's really, I have to say, it's so beautiful when you read a very good proposal and you can see the vision of the proposal and you can follow the full proposals with a good work plan, but really it's something that the common vision is reflected in all the pieces of the proposal. And you need to have a leader, so of course the partnerships needs to be led by one of the key partners, one or maybe usually there are 2-3 partners that are more active, but it's really important that the common vision is reflected in all the partnerships. European dimension is important in terms of not only of, again, putting partners together from different regions, but also to try to make sure that the partnership can generate a European impact. The commitment and the sense of ownership. So selection of partners needs to be based on the commitment they can give you. So if you know already the partners, so to build a strong partnership it's a big challenge. Usually, because it's a large partnership, so you need, as we heard, it's a hard work for the project manager during the implementation to keep all the partners together, to make things work successfully during the whole life cycle of the project. Because when put the case you are selected, the start with the kickoff project, meeting project can be very exciting, but then you need to make sure that the project is continuously successfully. So from the perspective of the evaluator, what we assess to be a successful partnership is also the way how the partners, how your internal communication strategy has been implemented, and this is part of the cooperation approach, and how the different working groups are organized and they work together. So these are all elements to evaluate a successful partnership. The work plan activities and results. The work plan needs to be clear, current, and ambitious. But needs to be ambitious, but with really realistic activities in line with your budget and in line with your project scope, as well as the skills of the partners. I would like to start from the last point that you can see at the bottom of my slide. How we start the planning process, and I could apply a product planning approach. This is very useful when we as evaluator assess. I want to understand which is the final result of the project, and sometimes in proposal we have a more intangible approach in tourism and cultural creative proposal, trying to make it tangible and make sure that you have this product planning approach starting which is the final deliverables, and then based on that you can design your work plan, because one deliverable, of course, is composed by several deliverables and results. So one other important thing is that the clarity of work packages is given when the work pieces are very well organized and divided in clear different stages. So the clear timeline, milestone, and deliverables is critical for the evaluator really to understand the full proposal. Very important, we try to assess the link between the needs, the objectives, and the actions. So once you have why, the question is, when we read the proposal and we try to assess the work plan, you are implementing the project, delivering results, and the results needs to solve some of the needs that you have identified in line with the objectives. So as evaluator, we want to see how the change will happen. And the change is not something theoretical. That's why the product planning approach is very linked to the real results that you are implementing. I skipped this. So let's go to the project success factors. Build a knowledge base and consistent proposal. It's very important as evaluator to read a proposal that is really knowledge based. So references are very important. Surveys, any reference that you may have. Again, the clear scope. Design a project with a very clear scope so that the evaluator can. When we said that the sense of ownership, the vision, you need to transfer also to the evaluator the vision of your project and what you want to achieve. Needs to be realistic, really realistic objectives. It's very important to build the proposal with a solid project management approach and communication and dissemination. So to give visibility of the proposal. To give visibility doesn't mean only give visibility to external parties, but it's also about giving the visibility to the partners. So a good proposal with communication and dissemination plan is also about having the partnership committed. Clear roles and responsibilities is very important to understand who does what, and if they have all the skills in place, the sense of ownership, because it gives you the commitment. You can assess the commitment from the side of the implementers if you can read through the proposal that there is a sense of ownership of the proposal and stakeholders engagement. Again, in the tourism sector, because of the complex value chain, we really need to make sure that behind the key partners, you are able to involve also key stakeholders for the success of your project. It's a win-to-win situation. They can really give you a lot in terms of value added. And I think it's all from my side. Yeah. Oh no, I had one more. Okay, so sustainability, but it's I already talked about that. Just let me stress one key point, that the post-project phase is important for the evaluators, because this is a co-fund initiative, and as we think, the Commission is a need to promote successful proposals that really can show the best cases at the European level. To do this, of course, the life cycle of the project would not be enough. It's really important to show that you are able to continue also after the life cycle of the project. And the general objective this is for any really tourism-related project, that you need to generate a positive change for people and places. It's not only about, because it's a proposal with a medium, I would say, medium-large partnerships, which has the vision of making a change for European tourism and for European destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvia. I would only add something that it's in common business, that clear language. Because for the evaluators, if it's not really clearly written, well written in English normally, it's very difficult. Even if the proposal and the idea is wonderful, of course it has a very negative impact on the evaluator who has to make an additional effort to evaluate. Then, thanks to a wonderful keeping of the time, we are really at the coffee break. So Silvia has focused the presentation on the call for proposal, which is actually open until the 19th of July. So in the afternoon, I will only go through the calls for proposal that are open or are to be open in the work program of this year and next year. But this is a very important call, because the participation of an SME is mandatory, and it's not always the case for all calls for proposal. So this is very particular. So now I propose that we come back at 10 to 12. You leave the questions, if you have written some question here on the table, and then 10 to 12 we are back, and we will answer these questions and maybe more if there are. So the speakers will have to stay on the stage again. Okay, thank you. So, thank you. I'll start. So we have received some few questions, and I will start myself with some general ones to which actually we are not really able to give a reply, and then we go to the more technical ones, and then I will open the floor. We have still just 30 minutes for additional questions if you want. So I have a question here asking which DG will be responsible for the COSME financial instruments in the next MFF. So all financial instruments will be grouped together under the Invest EU, which means that at this point in time we are absolutely not able to say who will be responsible, which service will be responsible to manage all the financial instruments. The idea, the rationale is the simplification procedure in general, but the decision on this has to be adopted. We are still in the negotiation phase, so we cannot really say anything about this. And the same for the second question, which will be the role of EASME in the next MFF? So given that there are still decisions to be taken on the different programs, because where we are now at the level of the adoption of the proposals tabled by the Commission. Then there is all the Council and European Parliament procedures. So changes may be done, and then EASME, under the name EASME or another name, will be tasked for the implementation of parts of the different programs. I assume, I hope it's the case, we will go on with the one managed by DG GROW. So, for example, COSME, most probably Horizon 2020, Horizon Future, I cannot remember the name, but it's really too early now to reply to this one. And the same for how can a consistent EU SME policy be ensured if there are many SME windows in different programs in the next MFF, but not integrated SME program like COSME. So today, with the proposal of the Commission, COSME still stays as one of the pillars of the Single Market Initiative, and it maintains its focus on SMEs, competitiveness, and entrepreneurship. So let's say that a COSME successor does exist, and this will ensure consistency of the SME policy. And then again, DG GROW, as it was always the case in the past, that it was a DG Enterprise and then DG GROW, they will protect the interests of the SMEs in the other policy. You may know that there are inter-service consultations on all policies. So whenever one DG promotes a new initiative, a new action, a new policy, they have to consult the other DGs, and these DGs, they protect their constituencies. This is done always, and it will be the case in the future. And how much of the budget in the single market program will be attributed to enterprise network? We cannot say, we have no idea actually, but given the interim evaluation of COSME, it is sure that, I ask DG GROW colleagues now, it is sure that EEN will still play a very important role in the success of COSME, and the part of budget which will be dedicated to EEN will be important. And finally, on the EN partners, what will happen to them, to the current one? Will they need to apply for the next program period? The current structure of the program is done in such a way that there will be no gap. But when the successor of COSME is in place, then the partners will have to apply to the normal call, as it is the case today. This is based on our knowledge of the future. So this more or less is answered. If you are not really happy with the answer, you just write to us and we will pass the question to DG GROW. Maybe it's a better place to answer for the future. Then Claire.
Okay. The first question is there a possibility to have a project to be pre-evaluated? We are not doing that in the agency. What I would suggest is that if you have a good project, go to intermediaries like the EN organization, where you can check with them against the criteria which are in the call, and that you have an outside advice, because they are really well prepared for doing that. So it's not that they will say yes, you will succeed or not, but they can give you all the advice to be, I would say, in the top ranking list. And looking to the particular issues that maybe could not be tackled, or the advantage that you can, and presenting the advantage of your proposal. So that's my first answer. What is the success rate of the proposal? Are there differences between different segments? I would say that it depends on the type of call. Yes, there are I would say, calls where the success rate is very high because it's very targeted, and the eligibility criteria, in a way, are very focused. So the rate is normally higher in this respect. When the call is larger, I would say that the rate is between 20-30%, because for the moment COSME is not the program where we have the most of the application. But it can happen that we are receiving a lot of application, and that because of the amount of the budget which is available, we have only the very best one which are succeeding. So we can provide you some percentage after this presentation, and that we will show in my presentation, and I will put that in my presentation so that when you are accessing it, you will see the success rates for each call. That's it. Is there anything? No. Then it's a question which is related to the SME instrument. We are not covering the EASME instrument as such. It's another unit which is managing this. Nevertheless, the question is it possible to apply for an SME instrument phase 2 if the company is involved in a fast track for innovation that is going to finish at the end of the year? It's important to know that all companies can have several projects. They can apply to several phases, to several, I would say, types of call. The only thing is that it's a clear, important thing to have in mind, is that you cannot perform the same task with two projects and be financed on that. And you have really to have a clear understanding of what you want to propose for the next stage of phase 2. So it can be, you can apply, but you have to take in mind all the criteria for eligibility, selection, and so on. So I don't think that there is any, I would say, eligibility criteria saying that if you are already in an FCI, so fast track for innovation, you cannot apply for phase 2. But nevertheless, be very sure that you are proposing your projects in the right way. That's it.
I try to be brief on the questions that I have here. I have to put my glasses. Is it possible to receive some advice on the mandatory commercialization plan? Well, everything depends, of course, on the product you are making in your project. So everything starts from there. I think if you want templates on commercialization plans, you find a lot on the web yourself, but not everything is quality. I would suggest also to go to your local agencies for entrepreneurial support, because they will have some templates. Or why not go to the Enterprise Europe network in your region, because they might give you some advice on that. I think it's very difficult for such a general program as COSME is to give mandatory templates. It depends all on your own product, and the more innovative you are also in this commercialization plan, the better it is also for the project, I think. Are the call structures on your website according to sectors, type of activities, to have it charged for business organizations and to make it easier for SMEs? On the website you find a lot of information and you find a lot of keywords and you can try to make a search. But another tip I would like to give you is that through the Enterprise Europe network, you have also the possibility to do partner search or to express your interest in participating in certain calls. So why don't you go to your local EEN and say, hey, I'm interested in participating in this call. Could you help me to make known across Europe that I would be a potential partner? This is something that we regularly do, not only for COSME, but for all the projects. Usually, an EU association offers support to tourist members to act as project coordinator for a project. Is it required to already have experience in managing projects? But it is a tricky one. Everything depends on the idea you have and the expertise you have. I very often say to beginners, if you have the possibility to work with an experienced project manager, please do it. But you have to be careful as well, because if you hire, for example, an external project coordinator, you have to be sure that the commitment is there for your project, not for his own purpose. So be careful, check out, and make very, very good conditions. I usually prepare someone who is really committed into the content of the project as well, but I can imagine for certain projects that you need a professional project manager. There are people that are really good in it, but make your contract clear and transparent and be sure that the commitment is there, because this is really, really very important. These are my questions, I think.
Then I have a general one saying, which financial support tool would be more suitable for the following project idea? And then the idea, should I apply for access to finance or calls for innovation? Now, in general, just to explain, the policy is done by DG GROW, now in case of COSME, and we do the implementation. This means that if you have any good idea, it doesn't mean that there will be a call for you, definitely, because it has to match with the call that is published. So if you have a good idea and you think that it deserves to be exploited at the EU level, you should address the policy responsible. So you should go either to DG GROW, for example, but it could be another DG depending on your idea, and for example, try to have a meeting with the head of unit and explain, and from this it could happen that they accept, they see the added value, and they propose it for the work program, which unfortunately means that it will be at least 1 year later for sure. Otherwise, another very good opportunity is the European Parliament. The European Parliament, the members of the Parliament, they have budget for pilot projects and for preparatory actions. This is to start, these are the tools used to start a new policy. So if you manage to find the member of the Parliament who takes on board your idea and decide that this can be the basis for something very good, a new policy, they for sure will make a try. They will look for other members of the Parliament, they will propose it for the budget. It's not an easy solution, but it can be even faster than the one of the Commission. Then, of course, when it's in the budget of the Parliament, then it will be probably the Commission which will implement it. But it's a very good opportunity. So if you are really convinced that your idea is good, first of all, you look into the existing work programs to see if it's there. If it's there, it doesn't mean, unfortunately, that you can always exploit this situation. For example, in this case, we are speaking about social business. I know that in the work program of 2019, there will be calls for social economy, but there will be call for tender or another grant. So it's not a call for proposal. But then you can also have a look at the European Parliament and see if there are opportunities there, or to create with a member of the Parliament some opportunities, because they are looking for ideas. Of course, they need ideas and they need to label some new policy with their name. So this is something that you can do if you are interested.
I have a question as well, and the question has, do we need to address all goals and priorities defined in the call for proposals they refer to the pure enthusiasm call for proposal, or it will be sufficient to address those related to our needs, our application. Of course, you need to design your project in line with your priorities. You will select some of the key priorities and objectives, but priorities are linked to. All the priorities are linked and they are related, so they are quite important. It's not there is not the choice of 1, 2, or 3 priorities, because they are in line with the COSME priorities. So it is wise to address one key priority as main priority, but also to show how the project will address all the other priorities, because they are all connected. As well as the objectives. So you will have 2 main strategic objectives to address, but all the objectives and the priorities are related to the policy and to the overall achievement that the COSME program want to address. So it's important to show that your proposal is in line with all the main priorities and objectives of the call.
Thank you, Silvia. Now we can take a few more questions if you have any. Yes, please. With the micro so that those who have seen can.
Just a question. Is it possible, once you submit the application, to actually know how many applications has been submitted to the same call?
No, as far as I know, it's not possible during the evaluation stage. Alan maybe is more expert on this because he's a project manager and he has done a lot of calls for proposal. As far as I know, you submit your proposal, then during the evaluation and until the end, when we send out the letters to the winners and to those who have not been selected, we are not giving out numbers on the application. Can you confirm, Alan, please?
Yes, good morning. Actually, we do communicate only at the end of the process with the different beneficiaries. Sorry, not beneficiaries, different applicants, because there's a whole process which is done also online. We have our own system also where we go through the A to Z in terms of the evaluation process too. So the actual communication comes at the very end of the process once decisions have been taken.
Thank you, Alan. Another question? No? If there is no question, we can anticipate the network launch. Yes? And we resume the works at 1:30 with the second section on participating in COSME Calls for Proposal. And I thank you for your attention. I hope that it was useful, and I will then pass the moderating role to Valentina Pierantozzi. Thank you so much. See you later.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. We will open now the afternoon session of the COSME Info Day. My name is Valentina Pirantozzi. I work in the COSME unit here at EASME. For this afternoon session, we have, first of all, 3 presentations to conclude the block that we started in the morning regarding the participation in COSME Calls for Proposals. So the first presentation will be given by my colleague Gunnar Mathisen, who's also a member of the COSME unit, and it will cover some other services and initiatives that can be of interest to you that are still part of COSME, and that you can benefit from, whether you have a project that has been funded already, or even before a project is funded, or even after. So we thought that you might be interested to hear about these ones. Then we will have a presentation, an interactive presentation on the COSME Data Hub, which is the public data hub available to all of you, where all signed grants and beneficiaries and data are stored and available for search. And then we will conclude this first part with a presentation on the upcoming calls given by Francesca Tudini, that you have met this morning already. So I would like to immediately start and give the floor to my colleague Gunnar, who will give you an overview of some other services and initiatives available through COSME. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Valentina, and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed here, as Valentina said, to give you an idea of some of the initiatives that are there in COSME that go a little bit beyond giving you an opportunity to participate in an action to get direct funding for that. What I'm going to do is, don't you worry, I'm not going to tell you what COSME is all about. I am going to tell you a little bit more about the kind of flanking initiatives, if you like, those support measures, support activities that are there for beneficiaries, for future beneficiaries, for people who are interested in COSME, for SMEs in general, to improve either the framework conditions for doing business in Europe, or for going a little bit beyond that outside the European Union. Of course, we're not only talking about framework conditions, but we're also talking about things like finance here. We're talking about access to information, access to markets. So the whole bit of the COSME programme is actually reflected in those initiatives that we have here. So let me dive straight into the first point here, and this is something that I think is of great significance to all SMEs that have any interest in expanding their business, whether it's simply a diversification of the business they do, or a wide extension of their activities into other countries, into other markets. And that is quite simply a question of cash, access to finance. You have probably heard before that there are numerous activities within the European Union, beyond the European Union, especially also within the COSME programme to get money to SMEs. They're all more or less summarised in what we call, rather unspectacularly, I have to say, the financial instruments. And the idea of these financial instruments is to give companies, on the one hand, a loan facility to make it easier for them to get access to bank loans, and on the other hand, to invest money in particularly promising companies. So the financial instruments are separated into a loan guarantee facility on one hand, and an equity facility for growth on the other. As you can imagine, the loan facility is the much bigger of the two. The equity part is destined to about, we'd say, 500 companies altogether, whereas the loan facility should be available for about 330,000 companies, something like that. In total, the idea is to make available 25 billion euros in cash to companies over the 7 years of the programme. But of course, the actual budget of the financial instruments in COSME is smaller than that. So the 25 billion are including a very significant leverage effect that we expect, and we also see that is already happening. It is actually relatively easy to get hold of this facility. The money is dispersed by the European Investment Fund and then made available to SMEs via financial intermediaries in the region. If you would like more information about that, there is a whole portal on Access to Finance.eu, I believe it's called, that has all the information about where to find money for SMEs in the European Union. Now, let's imagine the question of cash is either solved or not particularly important right at the moment. If you're a company and you're in need of either information about how to do business in the European Union in the single market, or you need business partners abroad, be that within the EU or outside the EU, or you need help with innovation activities, then the partner for you, the people to go to, are the Enterprise Europe Network present in this room. I think you've already met a representative this morning. We are all representatives of the network here as well because we actually manage it, and this is why we like to advertise it. But we particularly like to advertise it because it is the world's largest business support network for internationalisation and growth for SMEs. We have 3,000 local experts in 600 offices, not only throughout the European Union, but throughout the world, in all EU member states, actually in every region of the European Union, and in major target markets for European companies. And these people are there to help companies find business partners, inform them about market conditions, about regulation, about rules, about legislation, about everything they need to know in order to do business abroad. Crucially, the network is also there to help you find suitable business partners, so there will be targeted matchmaking going on. The network is also there to help you with cross-border innovation activities. It is there to help companies find technology partners and source technologies for innovation in other parts of Europe or indeed in other parts of the world. And it is generally there to advise the companies on all matters surrounding internationalisation and innovation. Network is also a key actor in the delivery of the SME instrument under Horizon 2020, but don't worry, I'm not going to go into any details there. Actually, I think I don't even have more time to talk about the network at all, so let me move on to the next support services that is also supported by COSME, and that is what we call the Your Europe Business Portal. Now, contrary to the Enterprise Europe Network, which is very much about providing individualised and one-to-one advice, Your Europe Business is there at your fingertips. It's an online service that allows all companies to find out crucial information about regulatory and legislative issues in other EU member states. For example, if you need to know about tax legislation in Poland, you can go to the portal, you can select the right topic, and you can deep dive into local administrative information. So from wherever you are, you get direct access to the information you need in order to either set up a business or to expand the business, or to at least expand business activities into another country of the European Union. And if I'm not totally mistaken, this works for the whole EU, so you should have a very good first-hand quality information available straight away. Now, we can also be fairly certain that this is always going to be up to date because there's direct data exchange between Your Europe Business and the national websites and national databases that provide all the information that is provided through the portal. Right, now let's imagine you found your business partner, you've done your innovation, you've got your cash, and you've read up on tax legislation in Poland, France, or wherever. You might still find that you're in trouble with your IP. Many companies, especially SMEs, aren't very much up to scratch at protecting their intellectual property rights. And even if they are up to scratch with protecting what they've got, they may not be sufficiently aware of legislation existing elsewhere, certainly not if they want to move their business abroad. There are stories of Italian pasta producers who've suddenly found a flagship store of their brand in China. It's just a shame that they've never operated outside Italy before they went there. So that kind of, it is really a theft of business identity, is quite possibly a major problem for SMEs, and for that reason, COSME provides you with a number of IP help desks, intellectual property rights help desks, that will provide you with information on how to protect your brand, your IP, if you move to foreign markets. Now, these IP help desks are particularly focused on certain geographic areas of the world. We've got an Latin America IP help desk, we've got one for Southeast Asia, and we've certainly got one for China as well. Having said that, there is also a European IPR help desk, which I'm not sure I'm allowed to mention it because it's run under Horizon 2020, but it does exist, and it's there to help European companies with IP matters originally within European projects. But as I said, I'm not going to go into many details now because that is not particularly relevant in the context of today's Info Day, I think. Right, IP matter sorted, partner sorted. Well, you know where I'm going to go now. If you finally made up your mind that with or without the help of the Enterprise Europe Network, you want to move your business towards Japan, you want to sell on the Japanese market, or you want to find a Japanese business partner, then we also have the EU-Japan Centre for Industrial Cooperation, which is actually there to facilitate business relationships between Japan and the European Union. You can access it directly or, of course, through the local intermediaries we've got in the European Union. The Enterprise Europe Network is always a good gateway. And the Japan Centre will be able to help you with a lot of information on Japanese business. Right, I'm probably likely to be pressed for time before very long, so I'm going to move on to my next and I think penultimate slide. And this is very much about framework conditions now. Before I come to an end then with my last slide, I have some, I think, interesting information about a program that's a little bit different in nature. So, first of all, let's talk a little bit about clusters. Clusters are generally recognised as a hub for development of economic and innovative activities for SMEs. They are a key facilitator for growth for companies, and they are generally abundant in the European Union. What we do see, however, is that there is very varying level of qualities of clusters, and that is also sometimes difficult for clusters to cooperate internationally. So we provide, through the COSME programme, a number of initiatives here to help clusters develop excellence. There's a labelling scheme in place now, for example. We also have a number of activities to help partnering between clusters and to make sure that information about clusters is generally available to the interested public in the European Union as well. Right, coming to the last mile of my run here, and I want to conclude my presentation, if you don't mind, with a little note on a programme we call EASME for Young Entrepreneurs. Now, most of you are probably perfectly familiar with the traditional Erasmus programme, sending students abroad to learn a new language, to get to know a new culture, and to come back to their home university full of totally new ideas, and above all, I think that's probably the biggest contribution of the whole thing, with a more open mindset and a better understanding of different cultural issues. Now, a few years ago, some intelligent mind asked themselves the question, why don't we do this for entrepreneurs as well as for students? And the result is this programme, which now allows young, promising entrepreneurs, or even prospective entrepreneurs, to organise an exchange with an experienced SME manager, an experienced businessman outside his own country, and or her own country, of course. And the idea really is to help the young entrepreneur learn from an experienced entrepreneur, to help them understand different business cultures, different approaches to business cultures, and to provide an enriching experience to both the young entrepreneur and also to the hosting experienced entrepreneur, because he can, of course, benefit from the new knowledge, the fresh ideas that are brought in by the young visiting entrepreneur. So we have a full structure put in place by the COSME programme, which goes from managing the application process through to targeted matchmaking. So you end up in a company where you actually have shared interests. We provide for all the contracting and preparation, and then finally, of course, also for any sort of assistance during the stay abroad of the young entrepreneur. Now, the whole thing is also supported with a little bit of finance. Depending on the company, depending on the country where they're going, the amount varies. But I should say we're not actually paying the full salary here. It is really just a contribution to the subsistence and accommodation cost abroad. However, we do say that it's a hugely successful program. We've already had 4,000 exchanges that were organised. Interest is substantial, and we think that really helps to contribute to creating a European spirit among the entrepreneurial world. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention, and I liberate this space to the next speaker, whoever that might be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gunnar, for showing also the different range of opportunities that are available within COSME. By the way, as you have noticed, we as EASME also within COSME, we have several initiatives that are working also in collaboration and in synergies with other programs managed by the agency, such as, for example, the SME instrument that was mentioned, or the LIFE program, but also with Horizon 2020. So we didn't go into detail of all these programs today, but just for you to know that we work in very close collaboration, not only with other units within the agency, but also with different director generals to make sure that we are all aligned towards the activities we manage for SMEs. We will keep some time for questions at the end of these 3 presentations, so if you have a question, please keep it there for another few minutes. I would like now to give the floor to my colleagues from the EASME communication team, Erwan Martin and Agnieszka Szlad, for an interactive presentation of the COSME Hub. Thank you.
It's okay like that? Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be there today to guide you through the COSME Data Hub. You might have seen it outside already on the EASME stand, on the touch table, or hopefully on the web already as well. So we developed this hub for communication purposes. So as Valentina mentioned earlier, here you can find information on all the projects funded so far under the COSME program. But actually, this tool is also really useful if you need to prepare a presentation on the program, or also if you are looking for partners or organizations that are already active and that might be interested in working with you. So basically, this tool consists of 3 modules: a map, dynamic lists, and statistics. So the default view is the map. And the green circle you see are actually clusters of organizations funded by COSME. So if you zoom in and click on the pin, you will find the information on the organization and the project. So you have the title, the name of the organization, the website, the abstract of the project, some information on the budget, start and date of the project, and also the list of participants. So the second module consists of dynamic lists, list of beneficiaries on one end, and list of projects. When you click on the project or beneficiary, you get basically the same information as on the map. Thanks. From this view, you can also download the information as an Excel file. You just click on the icon, that's it, and you will get what you see in an Excel format. And the last module is the statistics module, where you can find some statistics, predefined statistics on the number of participants per country, money allocated, or topics per country. So again, yes, if you can click. So for instance, in terms of participation in the COSME program so far, as you can see, Italy, Spain, and France are leading the race, if I can say. So that's it for the 3 modules, but now what if you want to dig deeper? On the left, you have a set of predefined filters. So you can filter by policy objective, by topics. So if you can scroll down a bit, you see all the topics, related to COSME. You can play on the budget and also on the dates, being date of the call for project proposals or dates of the project starting and end date. You can also search using your own keywords at the top. So, for instance, if you want to know about COSME projects dealing with food, because we had a few, you just type food, and the whole application will update. So here on the map now, what you see is all organization involved in COSME project with food in the title or the abstract. And the same applies, of course, to lists and statistics. Okay, a few, for the statistics module, especially what's interesting is that you can filter by country, but also down to regions. So if you want to see in your country how perform the different regions, you can just select them. Maybe we can have an example on the stats. select all regions and then switch to stats. Yeah, and then the first, and click on participants. Yeah. So you see how the different regions from Austria perform. Okay, so an interesting functionality is that you can embed this app in any website. To do so, you just copy this string of code and paste it in your HTML page. You just need a webmaster to do that, but it works very well. It's very easy. You can also embed custom maps, using your predefined selection, and also generate direct links in case you want to send to a colleague, for instance, the map filtered on this, then this is possible as well. So this application is available for COSME, but also for 11 other programs. You can switch from a program to another by clicking on the arrow at the top right. And if you want to know more, there is help available. If you click on the question mark icon here. So this help page is on our website. And basically that's it for me. Just want to say that, of course, I'm ready to take questions if you have after the last presentation. But you can also contact our team by email. We are still working on the development of this tool, especially on mobile version. That's never easy, but it's work in progress. So we very much welcome any advice or request. Also, if you find something that should not be there, just tell us by email. So the email address is there, and the hub can be found directly at this address. It's also accessible from EASME website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erwan and Agnieszka. We will now conclude this first part with the presentation given by Francesca Tudini on the upcoming calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. I will be very short because we cannot go, of course, into the details of the different calls, just to give you an overview. So, first of all, if you want to know if there is any call which is of your interest, of course, you have to know about the legal basis. So I will, I put here the link to the COSME regulation, which is really the big framework, and then the second link is to the work programs. First of all, of course, you have to check if in the work program there is something which is suitable for you. When you use the second link, you will have a list of the current work programs. For example, the one of today, now actually in DG Grow website, you will see that there is the work program 2018, but also 17, 16, 15, and 14. It makes sense that at least the one of the year before is still there for information purposes, because often when we launch a call is in the year after of the adoption. The adoption normally it happens in autumn, so of course the call will be launched in the year after, or even the year which is called N+2 sometimes, when we are really late for different reasons. So for the work program 2017, apart from the test of the work program in the website of DigiGrow, you will find through this link a page on COSME in the EASME website. So this page, this screenshot comes from EASME website, where you will find the open calls for proposal. You will see now that today, this is the screenshot of today, we have one for Enterprise Europe Network and one for tourism, the one about which Silvia Barbone spoke this morning. And then the calls for tenders, then you click on the published tenders, and also a list of closed calls for proposal, which can be interesting because you can have a look also at the specification of the past calls. It is to say that DigiGrow often repeats the same call because they want to give continuity. They want to create a bunch of projects on the same topic, so a critical mass on the same topic. So it can happen that the calls are repeated and having a look at the past calls can be already something important when you wait for the next one. So in the previous one, you have seen the one which is open now, which is tourism, and still from Work Program 2017, we will have soon the launch of this one. I cannot say a lot about this because it's still to launch, but in this particular case, SMEs are targeted in case they want to apply for a European patent, and there will be some reimbursement of cost for this one. So if you are applying, if you are thinking about getting a EU patent, have a look at this one. For Work Program 2018, which has been adopted, these are the calls that will be launched. There is a mistake in the... So we will have one on public procurement consortia, one on clusters, another one on tourism, which I think will be very similar to the one which is now published. Then this implementation of entrepreneurship competence framework, and of course Erasmus for young entrepreneurs. The work program of 2018 is published, so when you go there, you will see there will be fishes, and in the fish you see a description of the actions, which are the objectives that we want to achieve, a duration of the project, a tentative date for the launch of the call, and the budget, of course. Just for those who are not aware about this, when you see the title, you see COSME 18, which of course is the work program, B meaning that it's a part of the objective access to markets, C meaning that it's part of the objective competitiveness, creating a better framework for SMEs, and D, entrepreneurship. So these are the calls for proposal of 2018 after already one revision of the work program. So more or less this is stable, while this is very tentative. This comes from a first reading of the very first draft of Work Program 2019, which will be approved only in October. So, if it is confirmed, we will still have a call on clusters, one on US SME Center in China, and again something on public procurement, consortia to facilitate the access of SMEs to public procurement. We will have two actually. The last but one, boosting capacity of tourist SMEs, I put to be confirmed, because this could be a call for proposal or a call for tender. And then we will have one on circular economy. The last one, this is confirmed, it's a call for proposal. So I invite you, if the title seems interesting for you, to wait a little bit until autumn, and then this, when adopted, the work program will be public, and you can start taking the first measures, the first actions, so looking for partnership and so on. This is all actually from my side. Of course, as I said, we cannot say a lot, but all the details that are available in the work program 2018 are the basis, the legal background for you to prepare the next calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. We are being extremely good with timing, so thank you very much to all of you. I would like now to open the floor to questions, if there is anyone who would like to ask a question to our panelists. Yep.
Hello, I'm Antoine Hugo from a cluster called Elastopol in France. I've been looking to the Cluster Excellence program called that was scheduled in April, and then I read that it will be at the end of the year, and it has been changed with the idea of Erasmus for clusters. That the draft I read. Can you tell us more about this idea? Because we have to work on this call quite quickly, and it has been quite a change, this Erasmus for clusters. Thank you.
Unfortunately, there is no one here from the sector in dealing with cluster. I think, but I may be wrong, that the delay was due to the fact that there was the revision ongoing. The revision has been adopted by the member states on the 1st of June. It is going now into the internal procedure, which is called EGREF. So normally it should be published one of those days. And as soon as the revision is adopted, the call can be launched. But I cannot answer you about the state of play of the preparation of the call. I will take your email and then I will ask the sector to give you the information.
Hi, thank you. Caroline Jenner from JA Europe. I'm very interested in the program that you have on financing the SMEs. We're working in the area of developing very young SMEs, and I was wondering, there's often this very difficult area between when they're very nascent, very small, they're just getting going. They may actually not require all that much funding initially, but they would require maybe small amounts. They might also require more mentoring. Is there a link there? I mean, how, in terms of what you define as an SME, would those kinds of companies very much at the beginning be in your scope or out of scope?
Thanks for that question. It's a little bit tricky to answer that, I think, but generally speaking, all the COSME programs or projects that are run for the benefit of SMEs address all SMEs unless otherwise specified. So, yes, startups are clearly covered by that. And if you're looking at, for example, the loan guarantee facility, which might actually be the key factor for these companies, then it is very much down to the decision of a local financial intermediary of whether or not the company would get support or not. So the decision is always taken on the local basis and is always taken by somebody who is close enough to the company to actually make themselves some sort of idea of the hopes of success for that company. If we're looking at the investment side, the equity growth facility, then obviously competition is a little bit higher because we're talking about a much smaller number of companies. But again, it's an investment decision made by investors. And if they see potential in a startup, then they would certainly be happy enough to support that. In addition to that, I think there are also a wide range of other regional, national, European programs for startups. And I would actually encourage companies that have any kind of innovation or international dimension in their business model to also consider talking to the Enterprise Europe Network, which also addresses startups and knows very well where support for startups is available, be that financial or non-financial support. Mm-hmm. So I think all in all there's quite a range, but if you're really asking the question about the financial instruments, then eligibility itself is not a problem, but obviously the company will have to convince the people who, at the end of the day, make the decision that they have a viable business plan and they're also a company that can pull things off. And then, of course, if you go beyond that, there are programs like, for example, the Horizon 2020 SME instrument, where, again, competition is huge, but where startups are certainly, or young companies rather than startups, make up a very large proportion of the companies that actually receive support. So if they can convince investors there, then that may very well be an avenue for them worth pursuing.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question a bit?
Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a complement, it was mentioned this morning, the BLIC block, the access to finance part in COSME. So this is not managed directly by EASME. It is managed by in fact, by the European Investment Fund on behalf of the Commission. But we wanted to we have mentioned this now today because it's still part of COSME. But as Gunnar said, it is very important that you go to the website, to the Access to Finance website, and you look for financial intermediaries within your countries and your regions, because these instruments are actually accessible through local financial intermediaries, and therefore the companies must go and discuss and present the ideas directly to them. Thank you.
Another point? Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry. One other point just to add to what you just added. As a matter of fact, the COSME financial instruments are there to support companies in their growth, also in their internationalization. If you're looking at companies with a stronger innovation side, then there's also the much bigger Horizon 2020 alternative, which is essentially the same idea. It's also delivered in a similar way, but there's quite a lot of money available for innovative companies as well. So I'd say quite a lot of opportunities.
And I can actually, I found in my notes the reply to your question. So the call will be probably published in the last 3 months of this year, and the deadline for submission will be in the first quarter of next year.
Yeah, but my question was more on the idea developed for the call of Erasmus for clusters, and I'd like to know if you know more about it. When it will be...
No, then we have to wait for the text of the revised work program in the forthcoming days. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to contribute with questions or comments? No? Okay. Yes. One more.
Yes, thank you. One quick question to the two of you who kindly presented your tool. I think it's a very good idea, so thank you for developing it. I was just wondering, in terms of coverage, do you also cover islands, remote islands, and if possible, overseas countries and territories which are not fully part of the Union?
Actually, this tool can accommodate any location. Of course, if you have a participant in COSME based in the island, it will be show up there on the map.
Okay, so I would like to thank all our speakers and panelists, and I would like to give them a round of applause. So I'm going to ask you to, if you want to take a seat, and I'm going to invite the panelists of our next session, the final session, which is a session on sharing perspectives. We have invited some COSME beneficiaries to talk to us about their experience in building a partnership, managing a partnership, and also managing activities, impact activities or outreach activities. So I thank them very much for taking the time to come here, and I would like to introduce you to them. We have the project Hike in Europe, Mrs. Blanca Cross-Imoli from the Catalan Tourist Agency. Can you please come and join us on stage? For this project, we have the EASME advisor responsible for the grant, who is Valentino Izzo. He will join us a little bit later, and his colleague Alan Bella will be presenting the project today. The second project we have is the Migrants Entrepreneurs project. So I would like to invite Patricia Martinez and Toby Johnson to join us on stage. And the EASME advisor responsible for the grant is Artur Benediktovic, who is here and will speak in a few minutes. When we have the project Entrepreneur Education, I would like to invite Caroline Jenner to join us on stage. And the EASME advisor is Magdalena Klein, who's here. I've seen her. Yeah, thank you. We have the project YC Europe. I would like to invite Giulia Vera Prieto from the SME Travel Ecology to join us, and the project advisor is Alan Bella. And the last project we have selected for today's session is the project Divertimento, and I would like to invite Mrs. Dorotea Papatanasio. And the advisor from EASME is again Valentino Izzo, will join us a little bit later, and Alan Bella will represent the project today. So thank you very much for joining us. Just 1 minute so that everybody I can also stand if you want to. Do we have enough space? Good. Very good. So I would like to invite Alan Vella, who is the EASME advisor, to come and present us the first 3 projects that we have selected today very shortly, so you have an idea about the content. The projects are Hiking Europe, Wild Sea Europe, and Divertimento. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Valentina. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Alan Vella. I have acted as call coordinator of various tourism calls in the past, calls for proposals. I'd like to start off saying that there's a lovely saying in English which says, where there's a will, there's a way. And I think it's very applicable within the COSME context here, even that of today, because we have to keep in mind that smallness, and as you know, the COSME program deals particularly with small and medium enterprises. Well, smallness does not necessarily lead to low impact results, or does not necessarily have its own constraints. Because where beneficiaries put in passion and warmth, I think results can still be achieved, and achieved quite well. And to prove this, allow me to introduce the 3 ladies dealing with the 3 tourism projects, those that form part of this panel, who can elaborate on the different good practices and the different facets of these. Because, for instance, Dorothea from the project Divertimento can give you a good idea of the links between culture and creative industries and tourism. And cultural and creative industries does form a very integral part of actually the call that you've heard is open right now, the tourism call, which deadline is on the 19th of July. So, Divertimento, through Dorothea, she can give you a good understanding of elements relating to gamification, to storytelling, for instance, vis-à-vis tourism. Hiking Europe is another project which we have with us today, Blanca, and Blanca there again can give us a very good inclination of a good public and private partnership between the different consortium members, for instance, and how the actual lead partner, Blanca, here represents a region, how the coordinator has managed to bring aboard the destination management companies from across Europe, the tourism players, the SMEs. So this is very good idea of how the big region can in fact collaborate well with a smaller player. Not to leave apart, of course, Julia dealing with Wild Sea Europe, and here again Julia is the coordinator of a very interesting project from the 2014 call. She is the managing director of a micro enterprise, a small travel agent tour operator based in Spain, with a lot of interest in the European projects, and how she managed to bring on board different players, warm up to the idea of having a project dealing with the seas and having a very good plan for sustainability of the projects, because sustainability is one element which we look into very, very closely, and by sustainability we also include project continuity, of course. That is what happens after the period of co-financing is over. And here you can rest assured this is a very good project dealing with this element of impacts after the European Commission funding is over. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to switch the microphone. Thank you, Alan. I would like to invite now Arthur Benediktovic to introduce very shortly the project Migrants Entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. In a very short, this project is like type of a COSME social dimension project, responding to the challenge of migrant economic integration. Toby kindly agreed with Patricia to present the consortium. Very interesting consortium composed of 12 partners of different types, and that's why the presentation will be focused about the managing of this type of consortium, about the challenges, about the setting up of this consortium. This is one of the 4 projects chosen in the very competitive call when we had almost 50 proposals assessed, and the project will last 3 years.
Thank you very much. And now, last project presentation, I'd like to invite Magdalena to say a few words about entrepreneur education. They will not see you from the web streaming if you talk to, sorry. Sorry.
If it is web streamed. I would like to start with something else. Have a look to your right. Go ahead. Have a look to your left. Hello, Toby. My name is Magdalena Klein. Shake a hand to the guy or to a woman who is sitting on your left or your right side. This is your potential partner. Say your name. Say from which country you come from. Is it something what you do very often? Communicating, networking, living life. It's something what you can learn, and you can learn your children, and you can learn your siblings. I present a project which is called Entrepreneurship Education. So, what does it mean? It means that entrepreneurship can start in the kindergarten, in the primary school, secondary, and the university. Is it something which you were thinking about before? That your kids, your maybe parents, if they are going to third, how is it called? You are British speaker?
University third age.
Third age university, they can still learn how to be resilient, how to speak well, how to speak clearly, how to be, let's say, immune for failure. It is something what is very important to open the path for entrepreneurship, for entrepreneurial thinking, for entrepreneurial culture. This project started in 2014, and it was one of the very first projects which EASME was dealing with. So I am the proud grandma of the project, and today Carol and Jana will present you what was the impact, or what is the impact of the project, of a wonderful project we're just closing now. So enjoy the rest of the presentations. As you see, women and the power. You are our reason. And I invite you really to apply. I invite you to listen. I invite you to have a look what EASME website is proposing, suggesting. The hub is a wonderful tool. Just go and dig and have a look. Maybe you will discover something what you thought does not exist. The island question, fantastic. Erasmus is on Canary Islands, for example. Great thing, isn't it? So, enjoy the rest of the conference, and if you have questions, we in EASME we are all for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. So indeed, at the end of the session, the EASME advisors will stay for a little bit more, a little bit longer. So if you have questions, you want to have to talk to them directly, you're welcome to do so. Now I would like to open a little bit discussion and start with Mrs. Blanca Crossi-Molli from the project Hike in Europe. Because as Alan said, your project is actually an example of private and public partnership. And we would like to you to share a little bit how you set up the partnership, what was the motivation behind, and how did you manage this partnership in the course of your project? Blanca, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank EASME for inviting Hike in Europe and myself to be here today and to give me the opportunity to explain our experience in public-private partnership management. And it is a pleasure as well to share the table with Julia Vera, that we stay in the same project while see Europe, and I learn a lot from her. The aim of my intervention is to share with you my input related to the experience of managing the project. Let's start. From my perspective, there should be 5 points to address. The first one is partnership. The second, project proposal. Third, communication. Fourth, commitment. And 5, the future. To start with partnership, before the project starts, it is necessary to establish which kind of organizations or companies are needed for the project. In our case, we wanted to create hiking tourist products and routes, so we needed regional tourist boards or authorities, as Emilia-Romagna region, as Donegal County Council, as Dubrovnik, Neretva, and as Catalonia Tourist Board. We also needed tourist holiday packages. Who are the ones who managed to do the holiday packages? The DMCs, our SMEs. So we went for Pirineu Museo, a small DMC that also took part of the project. Then we needed, related to dissemination and promotion of the project, we look for an NGO, in this case, a very large one, that is Naturfriend International, and we had them on board and allow us to reach about 400,000 hiking lovers. We also have a research institute from Northern Germany, NIT, experts in creating and delivering tourism knowledge, and the University of Girona, a specialist in implementing sustainable indicators. As you can see, a strong and coherent consortium in line with the objective of the project. And where did we find these partners? Through different networks, in our case through Nextour, that is a tourism network, is a network of European regions for competitiveness and sustainable tourism, and through other European projects, and as well through work contacts. And how did we involve private companies, mostly SMEs? Public organizations are more used to participate in European projects. To involve SMEs is more complicated, taking into account that they are not used to implementing this kind of administrative procedures. They don't know to do it, and there is a co-financing they need to provide. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to convince SMEs that benefits from their participation are less related to monetary reasons in short term and more about long-term opportunities, such as innovation in products or procedures, networking and new market opportunities, close collaboration with public authorities, etc. Related to direct personal cost, it is a really good news that EASME in the new COSME call has included the cost of owner for beneficiaries that are SMEs owners, adapting the funding rules to the reality of these companies. This will simplify the task to justify the personal cost for SMEs. I would like also to stress from the very beginning the level of engagement. The level of engagement from each potential partner. Do they answer emails? Do they actively participate and contribute in the preparation of the call? It is advisable to be aware from the very start who is actively participating and who just wants to be a passenger within the project. Going to the next point, the project proposal. It is, very well known. They should be well-written application. Today they have been discussed about this, with the structure of the project, the role, the responsibilities. It is also important to understand and define the goals and the skills of the different organizations and professionals that are taking part in the project. During the formulation of the proposal, if possible, try to organize physical meetings, not only by phone or Skype, with the key partners to discuss the project approach, the activities to carry out, the roles assigned to everyone, and the corresponding budget. All of this according to the skills and preference of the partners. For instance, Emilia-Romagna region was our package leader for coordinating the mapping of cultural natural assets and jointly with the rest of partners developed a practical and useful methodological process thanks to their knowledge. Or for the work package of training and competitiveness, the expertise of the Northern Institute of Technology and Management was the key for the success of the all related activities. Therefore, the project proposal needs to fall under the priorities strategy of the organization. For example, the Tourist Regional Strategic Plan of Donegal County Council or the marketing plan from the Catalan Tourist Board highlight hiking as one of the main tools to develop and implement a sustainable tourist product. The more engaged the partners are in the proposal conception, the better they will respond during the implementation. Regarding communication, clear messages, clarity in task, and what has to be done with periodic follow-ups. Be flexible when needed. try to understand the problems that we may face as a consortium and works towards solving them. The role of the help of the project officer is an essential and important factor in clarifying any confusions or doubts that may encounter it. Importance of the steering committee to prepare in advance, include partners in the preparation of the content, make them feel that they are essential because they are. The face-to-face sessions are important moments where all partners have the opportunity to participate, to exchange ideas and points of view. We also had the chance to participate after-work sessions in activities that were related to the nature of the project, which will enable team building and a sense of belonging. Even though these points might sound obvious, they are fundamental elements which contribute to the success of any project. We can consider that there are two kinds of communication: internal, within the partners, and external, in view to involve more stakeholders in the project. Regarding the external communication, the international seminar that took place in Barcelona, where more than 250 tourism stakeholders attended, and the local training sessions, together with the newsletter, help us to approach the Hiking Europe project to local SMEs and public entities, and as a result, 9 of them contribute in creating 18 holiday packages, and they are currently operating the basis to continue the project. Point number 4, commitment. As I said previously, the project proposal needs to fall under the priorities strategy of the organization, so they are committed to implement the actions to find potential means for sustainability or capitalization once the EU co-financing has finished, which is always a big challenge. The organization commitment helped Hiking Europe to move from the consortium partnership to a public-private partnership at European and regional level. The consortium was able to implement a public-private partnership at local level in each destination through different strategic actions, through the communication dissemination companies, the international seminar, as I said, and training sessions. Last but not least, and the most important, the future that should be sustainable. Enthusiasm was essential for the success of our project. Thanks to these new activities that were not programmed, were carried out at no extra cost. And these new activities ensure the future of Hiking Europe. For example, during the final conference, we organized a workshop with the different DMCs that were working through the project. These 9 DMCs, they came to Dubrovnik at their own expenses, and this was the real basis for the future of Hiking Europe. These DMCs, this destination management organization, just went there, they meet, they exchange good practices, and they decide to go on in this project. How? That was very difficult, in which way different DMCs from different countries, they work together. So they realized that could be the best solution to write down a memorandum of understanding. And so the regions that were taking part of the project did the same. From the administration from the public sector, we are slow. We still have not finished. But from the private sector, they have already started to sign this memorandum of understanding. Why is it important? Because one of the main goals is the cross-selling. What means cross-selling? If we see Europe as an integral destination, all these DMCs, they are going to work and they are doing transnational products in taking into account they are going to sell it in third countries as America or Asia. This is very important, very crucial. Another very important point is joint promotion. Joint promotion is related to the regions that will go on with this project, because the regions, through a memorandum of understanding, we can also try to find a ways, that is what we are discussing, of co-marketing. So this helps the promotion and the marketing, and they can sell the product. So I think this is quite important. Then I would like also to take this opportunity to thank everybody involved in Hiking Europe. In every single project, there are people working behind the scenes, real people, great professionals that keep the project sustained and alive and make this a great experience to be involved in. To sum up, keep in mind these 5 points: adequate partnership, efficient project proposal, clear communication, real commitment, and organic future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blanca, for this precious and enthusiastic testimonial. Thank you. Indeed, Hiking Europe is a very good example of private and public partnership building. Now I would like to explore a little bit the question again about managing the partnership, the challenges that have been faced, this time for the project Migrants Entrepreneurs. And I would like to invite Patricia Martinez and Toby Johnson to share their views. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start and Patricia will do the difficult bit at the end. So migrant businesses are not only kebab shops and groceries, there's also international airlines like Corendon, or there's major manufacturing businesses like Patak, make spices in London. So migrant entrepreneurs are very important for Europe's future, I think, and they provide a lot of innovation on the one hand, consumer choice, they revitalise neighbourhoods, and they create employment. So what this project is meant to be doing is setting up a better support system, a better ecosystem to support migrant entrepreneurs. And the way it's doing it is setting up 3 communities of practice, which are groups of practitioners who learn from each other, share good practice, and then we publish the results. So that's quite a simple project in its conception, and it learned historically from work 10 years ago in a network called COPY, which was ESF funded, European Social Fund funded. So we wanted to carry that work on. So how did we build the partners? We adopted a 360-degree approach, and we wanted to get all angles on this problem so that the solution will be relevant. So first of all, we've got some experts and people who've been working previously in the issue to provide an input, an intellectual core to the work of the community of practice. And then laterally, we've got practitioners themselves, and we're reaching them through probably 10 or so of our partner members have member organisations, so we're covering several tens of thousands of organisations across Europe, and that allows us both to disseminate what the objectives of the project and the results of the project, and also to contact locally people who will be interested in either starting businesses or helping migrants to start businesses. And then the final leg of the 360 degrees is the target group itself. So we're very fortunate to have as one of our partners UNITE, which is the Federation of Migrant Entrepreneurs in Europe, and it's particularly strong in this kind of northwestern part of Europe, but it covers 24 countries. So we've covered the 4 angles of the compass there, and putting those partners together. You've then got to think about their complementary roles. So with the expert organisations, and we've got the first communities of practices on coaching and mentoring, and so we chose an organisation called Social Impact, which is based in Berlin, and has social enterprise incubators across Germany. And it's headed by an Ashoka fellow called Norbert Kuntz, and so sort of one of the leaders in that idea of inclusive entrepreneurship. So that organisation is leading the first community of practice on coaching and mentoring. And for the second community of practice on access to finance, it's being led by the called Financial Inclusion Research Group of the Hochschule in The Hague by a man called Klaus Molenaar. And he's been knocking around for years. He's been president of European Microfinance Network and so on. So he's got an incredible network of people working on microfinance and other inclusive financial tools. And then for the third community of practice, which has a complicated job, it's about, on the one hand, professionalising the associations of migrant entrepreneurs, and on the other hand, improving diversity management in chambers of commerce. So that's led by UNITE on the one hand, representing the migrant entrepreneurs associations, and Eurochambre, representing 1,700 local chambers of commerce across Europe. So between them, they're working more or less as partners to try and improve the integration of migrants into chambers of commerce, not only the services they provide in their membership, but also their governing structures and so on, and they're very committed to that. So we've got those expert input, and they're all in complementary. Complementarity is a key word. They're not overlapping, but they're attacking separate aspects of the three most important aspects of migrant entrepreneurship support at the moment. And then in the sort of dissemination and reaching out to the grassroots dimension, we've got the trade unions, we've got social cooperatives, we've got local authorities, regional development agencies, so that they among them have these tens of thousands of members, and we hope that will get the message out and get information flowing, and that they can work through our online platform, of which more later. I wanted to mention gender because Magdalena mentioned it. That's probably a weak point in our framework. We don't have a women's entrepreneurship organisation on board. So if there's anybody who has any tips on that, that would be useful. I think I have covered the setting up the partnership. I'll just say that in the end, when we wrote our proposal, which was, as the previous speaker said, of course, marvellously efficient and logical, and possibly a bit over optimistic, the partners actually were very keen to take part, and we didn't have to really negotiate a great lot. We listened to them, of course, as we wrote it, so we wrote their ideas into the bid, and that's probably a good tip for that phase. But as regards managing them, I'll let Patricia tell you about that.
Yeah. Thank you. So for the partnership management, we started when we were putting together the bid preparation to try to identify the key partners which will allow us to have the right balance between the technical deliveries, so all the deliverables, milestone, and other outcomes promised in the proposal, with engagement of partners and the real discussion of the content to enrich the project. So we were thinking about it, reflecting about it during the proposal phase. When we succeeded and we got the project, we further developed it in the consortium agreement. We as project coordinator developed it, but we make sure that all partners were reading the consortium agreement, adding comments, and eventually signing it. And then the kickoff meeting was really the key moment to go through it, to make sure that all partners were really aware of the different roles they have, not only as partners, but as members of different governance structure. So the governance structure that we develop is basically 3 groups, 2 internal and 1 external. We have what we call the external committee, that also very often is called an executive body or similar terminology. It's a small body in order to allow us to have flexibility. In this body, we include the different work package leaders and also the leaders of the community of practices that Toby was mentioning before. So those partners that really have an overview of the different activities of the project. With them, we have a monthly teleconference meeting. So in our case, we use the Zoom platform, but it can be like Skype for Business or any other platform. This body is quite informal, so we as project coordinator prepare an agenda and share the minutes with the whole consortium, but it's really to discuss about the technicalities of the project. For us, it's very useful to monitor how different partners are advancing with the deliverables. So although we keep in touch with them in a weekly basis through email, it's very, very important to have a more face-to-face communication, and this is through teleconference. And it's quite flexible and informal in the sense that some months we might need to have a longer meeting. For instance, when we were preparing our first conference in Munich, we needed a couple of monthly meetings, quite long. Then other months we just need to have maybe a 30 minutes catch up to touch base of what everybody is doing, but it's very important we are keeping it, not cancelling a month we don't have non-meeting and other we have several of them. And this is really helpful for us to monitor the project development. And then we have another governance body, which is the steering committee. Very often it's also called General Assembly. It's more inclusive. We have 1 representative for each partner. We meet quarterly.
what we try to do at the beginning of the project or at the beginning of the year is to identify when we are going to have joint events or opportunities in which we all are going to meet, also to use our budget in a useful way. So we not all partners will be there, and we take advantages to all the immediately before or immediately after that event to have like some hours for this general assembly. If there is no possibility in this quarter, then we organize also through teleconference. And this body is more to do a deeper evaluation of all the work developed by the different work packages, and also to sometimes address if there is any issue or any general comment or question and so on. And then we have the last governance meeting. Is actually not an internal body, it's an advisory body role. And this is meant to be shaped up by half a dozen people. It's shaped by the experts in migrant integration, inclusive entrepreneurship, and so on. So we started to set it up, and it's going to be very key, especially for us in the second part of the implementation of the project, so that we can have external feedback from experts in the field towards the sustainability of the project. And so I think I covered the whole bodies. If there is any question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your experience, including the 360 approach to build and manage a partnership. Thank you very much. Now let's talk a little bit about project impact. So we have mentioned this in the project presentations at the beginning, and I would like to ask, in fact, Caroline Janning from Entrepreneur Education Project to tell us a little bit about the impact activities of your projects, and can you share some results or how you dealt with them during your project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The EE Hub, which is a short abbreviation for the Entrepreneurship Education Network, is what we called the project. It's a 3-year pilot project, and it was really a challenge to stakeholders to come together around the promotion of entrepreneurship education in the field. Quite a unique proposition in the sense that, of course, entrepreneurship education is very linked with the objectives of COSME. It's very natural progression between those two themes. But entrepreneurship education as a topic is relatively new in terms of getting mainstreamed in the education system. There are many challenges involved, and of course it requires a lot of partnership with the business community in order for it to be successful. So education and business partnering, but also public sector and private sector partnering. So to be asked to put together a stakeholder-driven network that would, in a way, lead such an initiative that is very policy-oriented, that would influence this field, is a big challenge. So that was the first impact, was that we created that network, that we created that group, multi-country, multi-stakeholder, business, public sector, ministries, experts, researchers of all kinds. And actually, that's another factor, is that when you are an expert in the field, you're often a very niche specialist. Maybe you're working in the ministry, or maybe you're a researcher, or maybe you're a teacher, or maybe you are really working on this topic in your company. So the badge EE Hub expert, we found, was a great advantage, that people liked to be acknowledged for their expertise, and this is another piece of sustainability that we built into the project so we can continue to expand this network. So we had 46 experts involved, that number is growing. We're continuing to invite people, and there were 25 MEPs that joined also as ambassadors who are specialized in this area. So first of all, to establish that foundation. Second of all, another area which we think will generate momentum behind the project for the future in a more permanent way, was that we established themes that are quite universal in the area. So we had working groups on content, tools, and methods. We had working groups on partnerships, all kinds of partnerships, regional level, national level, with private sector, grassroots, small communities, large communities. There are many kinds and brands of partnerships that make this kind of education work. Teacher training was another group. National strategies. It's not to go too far into it, but as governments try to embed the entrepreneurship competence into their national education strategies, there are many approaches and many differences and diversities in how they do that. So a network such as this, bringing ministries and governments together to compare notes, this was also a fundamental role that something like this can play, which is a little bit more difficult, for example, for maybe the European Commission to play, or for people to do bilaterally, but when they can chat about their experiences across borders. So a working group on national strategies was very successful. And then we had another one on research and assessment, which is a big driver for any kind of education. You need to have data, you need to have assessment tools. So those working groups was, I think, a very good idea from the call that we have continued. Then, in terms of the challenges there, one of the things I would say is very important when you're working between public and private sector stakeholders is that quite often ministries are not able to communicate necessarily through platforms. I can just give you an example, Yammer platform, or they have firewalls. So there's many times big issues with, you might have to have a completely separate telephone conversation with ministry people because you're not able to have them join in with everyone else on the same communication tools. So I think communication tools, just that alone, and figuring that out in multiple stakeholder scenarios can be one of the big challenges. The most successful ways to engage ministries in this case, and the most impactful, was bringing them together face to face when they would really have a chance to talk to each other. Another impact was that because it was a European effort, it was a pan-European effort. There were 4 partners. We have a European network of 40 countries, but then there was another partner that was very specialized in Southeast Europe. We had another partner that was specialized in vocational education, and another partner, Eurochambers, which was also a very broad multi-stakeholder organization. And we were able, in that combination, to create this multiple leveraging of networks. So it created a lot more communication and outreach for the project. There was a lot more social media activity. There was a lot more media activity. This was very important. The second was that we created a Switch on Europe campaign. It was not part of the call, but it was something that in the end we chose to do because we saw that there was a lot of engagement from MEPs and from ministry people with testimonials, willing to go online, willing to do these things. So we actually created a kind of roadshow broadcasting the mainstreaming of entrepreneurship education. We did an entrepreneurship education summit, which had never been done before. And I think one of the other advantages to the partners that we had and us was that we actually also engaged directly with young people as part of it. So instead of just having policymakers speak, we also engaged with young people in all the different geographies where we had activities. Another was that we brought in private sector support. So in addition to the money that we received, we brought in co-financing, of course, for the call, but we also continued to bring in additional financing and partners. And they were attracted by the media campaign. They were attracted by the chance to influence and work with stakeholders. So I think that's also very important, that if you want to keep a project going, if you want it to have impact, you also have to have that opportunity for more stakeholders to be attracted by your group, that it's no longer a project, it becomes really something that has an existence and a permanent impact. I think the sustainability will come from someone taking responsibility for that convening role in such a network. You have to keep driving it, so there has to be investment in that. The benchmarking and the mapping of activity in the field, I think this is extremely important, especially when it's a policy-oriented issue. If you want to make sure that the policymakers continue to listen. So this was an initiative coming sort of from the business side of policy, but in trying to influence the education side of policy. So really this data mining, mapping, and benchmarking is extremely important. The specialist exchange. I think, well, we've heard these projects here today, which are very specialist-oriented. And I think this is something that came through in this project, was that there was a lack of specialist attention on topics like entrepreneurship education in the field. Educators often get together and they're talking a lot about general things and not able to focus specifically on the entrepreneurship competence. So going forward, the sustainability and the impact of the project has really been the fact that it had such a rich mixture of partners, not the consortium partners necessarily, but the stakeholders on the ground. There were more than 700 people involved in the project throughout from the 3 years in terms of experts, ambassadors, stakeholders, educators, business people, and researchers. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for your testimonial and insights. We now have the last two projects presenting their views today. Would like to start with YLC Europe project with Julia Vera Prieto, and again some maybe insights about the project sustainability and impact activities. Thank you, Julia.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us to share our experience with the YLC Europe project. And I would like to share with you some of the things that we did both during the project proposal writing process and during the project implementation to make sure that YLC Europe could continue to live beyond its financing period under COSME as it currently is. And I would like to share some thoughts around 4 key areas I would say that I think have been crucial in terms of ensuring that sustainability, or that I think that have been or have helped us a lot keeping the project alive today. So I'd like to refer to the composition of the consortium, so how the partnership came together in the first place. I'd like to share some thoughts as well on the business and marketing plan that we produced to guide the implementation of the project, especially addressing its continuation after project end, and also the governance model that we set up to monitor its implementation. I will then discuss how we envision leaving a legacy as well for the project, which I think it's actually helping us today to keep the project alive. And I will close as well with some final remarks on how we are today linking with other financial mechanisms other than COSME to further build on our results and to support the continuation of YLC Europe. So starting with the project consortium, and I think this is a key relevant point that we've all touched on, so I think it speaks of its importance. When we first started dreaming YLC Europe, we really took our time to build our dream consortium. And I'd say we spent over a year researching, making phone calls, networking, going to tourism fairs to identify potential partners and having conversations with them on this idea that we had to gather feedback before we actually started making decisions on the composition of the consortium. And we really went the extra mile to try to engage with partners that really had an overarching strategy for tourism development within their territories, in which Project YLC Europe could really fit in and to which it could also contribute. YLC Europe, it's about promoting coastal and marine ecotourism in Europe and supporting its commercial success. So rather than looking for partners that wanted to engage in European projects, whatever that meant, we really seek to reach out to partners that shared a vision of opportunity regarding ecotourism and that were really willing to work to address that vision. And that's, for example, how we came into contact with the Catalan Tourism Board, who's doing an extraordinary work to diversify their tourism offer towards greener alternatives. That is how we came into touch as well with Donegal County Council, which is working to position Donegal as a world-class nautical tourism destination. And I think it is no coincidence that today both Catalonia and Donegal are two of the strategic partners that are still investing on Wild Sea Europe. So, in other words, we really teamed up with partners that we thought that could be here for the long haul. So, not opportunistic partners, but partners with a long-term vision, with strategic reasons to join the project. And of course, that's not necessarily a guarantee of success, but it certainly provided us with a great starting point. Now, once we were into the project, our call for proposals required that we produced a business and marketing plan for the project, both to guide its implementation, but especially to guide its continuation after project end. And I have to say that we took this exercise very, very seriously. So we did not produce a business plan just to comply with this requirement. We did not produce paper just for the sake of producing paper, but we really did our homework. And we did market research, competitive analysis, SWOT analysis, we developed scenarios, and this exercise was absolutely key to really understand our field game and to understand the opportunities and the challenges that we needed to address in terms of supporting the long-term development of the initiative. Now, from this exercise, from this analysis, we were able to come to two key conclusions. The first one, that if we wanted the route, the project to survive in the long run, it had to become financially self-sustainable at some point. So we really had to come forward with a business model that allowed for income generation after project end. And when we developed the project website, wildsea.eu, we already took that into consideration. And after project end, we have turned the project website into a marketplace for marine ecotourism activities that you can enjoy all along the route. And through this marketplace, we are supporting the commercialization of these activities, which of course was one of the goals of the project itself. But we're also obtaining a commission for each commercial transaction close to the portal that is now allowing us to build resources to continue supporting the route. So first of all, we knew that we had to make the project financially self-sustainable. And second, we also realized that before we were able to reach that point of financial sustainability, we were just going to be needing more time and more resources from the project partners. You do not launch a marketplace and turn it into a successful initiative right away, into a profitable initiative. So we knew we would need more resources until that moment arrived. So once we had this insight, we were able to start having an honest conversation with our consortium on how we wanted to move things forward after project end, who was committed to do so, and how we could address it. And you have to keep in mind that we had two tourist boards, one city, two NGOs, one marine protected area, and one SME in our consortium. So we really had to think hard and to be creative to come up with a model that could provide a sound business case for everyone to be involved. And we actually decided to go for a very flexible and inclusive model that would allow everyone to chip in with whatever resources they could contribute. And we had 4 partners in the consortium, so the Catalan Tourist Board, Donegal County Council, SUCMON, which is an NGO, and ourselves, Travel Ecology, commit to invest 50,000 euros annually to support the implementation of the business plan after the project end. Now, the rest of the partners who had done a fantastic job during the project, they told us that they could not make that commitment, that financial commitment, but we were able to keep them engaged. We were able to get their commitment to stay engaged in the project through their participation in Wild Sea Europe Sport, which is the governance body that we set up to monitor the implementation of the business plan after the project end. And we basically set up a governance model, a governance scheme that would allow all partners to continue working together for at least 3 years, but of course granting more decision power and a stake of potential returns to those partners that were contributing the most. And this governance scheme, of course, also contemplated engagement of new partners to the route. And in the last year and a half, we've had 5 new partners join what we know now is the WASI Europe network. We had Basque Tour, Forum Oceano, the Galician Tourist Board, Highlands Council, WCA joined the partnership as well. So we have new partners on board. And I would say that thanks to these additional resources that we were able to mobilize from the partnership, we have been able to support the implementation of the business plan that we produced for 2016-2019. And it is now that we're starting to see real progress against the objectives that we set up for the route in terms of engaging new destinations, but also in terms of generating commercial value for the tourism sector that's engaged in the route. And that's in terms of the visibility that we're giving to our partner destinations, but also the tourism companies that have joined the route. And this year we have increased traffic to our website by over 60%. And we've also almost doubled the bookings that we've made through the marketplace against the same period in 2017. So after 2 years behind Project End, we're now really starting to deliver on the promise of using the route as a tool that gives visibility and creates momentum for those European coastal destinations that are investing in new tourism development models. Now, we also know that driving tourism to our destinations is not going to make them more sustainable necessarily, maybe economically, but only in the short term. And actually, the type of tourism that we want to foster through the WASI Europe route is ecotourism. So the next point that I wanted to share deals with environmental sustainability and the long-term impact that we're hoping that the WASI Europe project will be able to have in our coastal and maritime destinations in the long run. And when we imagined WASI Europe, we envisioned a public-private cooperation effort that could become a driving force to support our coastal and maritime tourism sector to seize the amazing opportunities brought by the growth of ecotourism in the international travel market. And our vision back then, and it still is, combining nautical tourism with ecotourism to completely transform the tourism consumption model of our coastal destinations. We think there's a huge opportunity here to promote healthier and wealthier coastal communities, but the truth is there's still also plenty of barriers that are keeping us from addressing that opportunity. There's low ocean literacy amongst tourist operators. There's still lack of skills to build nature interpretation into tourism products and services. We have to recognize there are still poor environmental practices that can and must be improved. So there are challenges, but we also think that we have an emerging nautical tourism sector that is increasingly open to do whatever needs to get done to address that opportunity. And they really share that vision of opportunity. So we decided that WASI Europe had to also be able to work with the nautical sector to support that transformation. And within the project, we produce materials to help operators to upscale their environmental stewardship. We organize capacity building sessions. We provided them with tools to reduce their environmental footprint. And I think that by creating this momentum, or through this legacy, we are slowly building a sense of community and distinction amongst the operators that are connected to the route that is now starting to attract other operators that also want to be associated with our ethos. And I think that our ability to nurture and to sustain this sense of community will be one of the key success factors of WASI Europe if we are able to survive not 3 years, but 10 or 20 or 30. Last but not least, and I finish here, as I mentioned, supporting the transition of nautical tourism in Europe towards coastal and marine ecotourism is one of our objectives, one of the objectives of the WASI Europe network. We simply think it's the way forward. So we are using the results of Project WASI Europe as the cornerstone, I would say, of an evolving cooperative architecture that we're hoping will allow us to achieve that end. And there's so much that needs to get done from a product development perspective, from a capacity building perspective, from a promotion perspective, from a market intelligence perspective as well. And we really think that a public-private cooperation approach can be really effective in terms of raising the level playing field of our nautical tourism sector in Europe. So we are now also tapping into other EU financial frameworks to continue building on our efforts, not by using new funds to continue doing what we have already done or should be doing, but rather to address other complementary challenges and opportunities. So to give you an example, capitalizing on our results, we started working on the development of the Wild Sea Atlantic Ocean Heritage Route, the WOW route, which is a sustainable diving route connecting destinations in the Atlantic that will allow us to address new market opportunities, looking specifically at the diving sector. And this is a project that we proposed to the EMFF, and we were successful obtaining this project. And I have to say that our project officers at the EASME, so Alan Bella, Victoria Beaz, really were fantastic in terms of helping coordinate both efforts, so making sure that we address synergies between both projects. They, for example, proposed that we use the Wild Sea Europe website as a basis for the new project rather than developing a new website, and that really helped us to liberate resources to address other needs. So basically, as I think we need to wrap up, I would say for all future applicants, choose your partners well, think strategically, make sure that your project has a vision for the legacy that it's seeking to leave behind, and also do realize that there's only so much that you will be able to accomplish in a 2-year project. So whatever idea you have in mind, make sure that you design your project to be a strong foundation for something that you can continue to build on. And that's my 2 cents. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia Vera, Pietro, for your testimonials on project sustainability and the impact. And now we have our last project presenting. I would like to ask you also to be conscious of time. I would like to introduce you to the project Divertimento and Dorotea Papatanasio, who will give us some will share with us some risks and some challenges that have been faced during project implementation and some mitigating measures that have been put in place. Thank you, Dorotea.
Thank you very much for inviting me here to present the Divertimento project and for the impeccable organization. So, ladies and gentlemen, you do know that James, the James, likes his drink stirred and not shaken. And please allow me to take you on a tour to demonstrate the difference between stirred and really shaken. So, Divertimento, that was had a hidden title, Smartimony, like a smart matrimony with cultural and creative industries for a better patrimony. That was the hidden motto. Has acquired through the making of Divertimento 84 stakeholders. And when it was approved, it was really euphoria because it was a 92% evaluation. The partners have to work together before, all of them. Some of them had the company's big budget, millions of euros, literally, because every project in cultural and creative industries employing multivision technologies over a 1 or 2 hour show, it was 1.5 million each. So what can go wrong? Nothing is gonna go wrong. And the winds of Fortuna had another agenda for Divertimento. So right after the kickoff meeting, when everybody was really euphoric and we said to our stakeholders, we are going to use wisely the taxpayer money, wait and see, we're not just all the others. Capital controls. Greece was under capital controls overnight. The lead partner is Greek. The banks don't know how to pay. The lead partner has no clue because, you know, if the legal system doesn't know, if the government doesn't know, the clock is ticking because it's a time frame of 18 months. Everybody's in panic, but that's not enough, no. Because in June, the putsch in Turkey took place, and we had a Turkish partner who had a lot of responsibilities, think of the international conference, and all the year was Turkey stricken by terror attacks. So, what can you do? Can you go to those stakeholders and say, you signed a letter of support before I got the approval, and now I'm here to tell you that I miserably failed? That was not an option. So we came together we said we need to find out not who we are, because we declare that in the application. They believe that we are very good. We have to find out who we want to be and save the project legacy. Realize the project and save the project legacy, because that project legacy, with these 84 on board, has created the Euro-Authentic Association of Tourism Enterprises with seat in Rome. But at that time, in the middle of the swimming panic, there was not any association yet with legal seat. It was in the draft of the proposal, or in the subsidy, if you like. So with a lot of heart beating, we decided between kick-off meeting in Brussels and before the second meeting that all these wonderful things happened, to enclose ourselves in a very picturesque place in Lago Pesolo in Basilicata, which is not on the tourist map, but last year had 45,000 visitors because of that investment, and see what are we going to do. And that day, when we signed the partnership agreement, finding out who we want to be and not who we are makes a difference. And that I realized after many years that we are shaken, but the meaning of maybe Porter's cluster, because we became a cluster on that day, that trust, alignment, information sharing, accountability, no fear of questioning. We didn't have any chance to hide anything from Valentino. So thankfully we had him as an advisor, because after what happened, we ran to Valentino for any kind of amendments or little problems were all the other problems after that. We even got an award in December 2017 after the project is completed in the competition of Milano by Europeana for one of the iBook collections we had, that is the Looking for Me. And although I believe that President Trump might not like the other iBook called The United States of Europe, Roads Z1302, I advise you to go for it. We concluded with a lot of heart beating all this journey. That was really an enrichment in how to manage something that normally you do not devise in a risk plan, because it was really a force majeure, and were two force majeure at the same time. So to conclude, I think this project, against many others that have been concluded maybe by many, really gave us a new identity, being first European with a common mission that was completed than anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for being conscious of the time and keeping it right. So I think we are about to conclude this COSME Info Day, the first COSME Info Day. Before I give the floor to Natalia Martinez Paramo, Head of Unit for COSME, for the concluding remarks, I would like to thank all projects that have taken the time to come here, of course, and share their experience. My colleagues from EASME, who are project advisors, responsible for the grants, and just a couple of more practical things. One thing will be that the presentations we have given today will be available to the participants. The second thing is that we will be publishing a feedback form in the next days, and we would very much appreciate it if you could take a few minutes of your time to let us know what you think about these events. If you think that there is a need for more different events in the future, please let us know. And the final suggestion is the best thing to be in touch with what we do is to follow us on social media. Particularly if you go to the EASME website, you will find the social media accounts related to COSME, but also to other programs. And that's really probably the fastest way to know what's happening, which calls are open, and what results we have produced. And our accounts are usually rather successful. So thank you for your patience and for your time. I would like now to give the floor to Natalia Martinez Paramo to conclude the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. Good afternoon. everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating in today's COSME Info Day, including those of you who have joined via the web stream. I hope you found today's program useful and that you have been inspired to apply for one or more of the upcoming COSME call for proposals. At EASME, we want to event like this to provide a platform to support a strong COSME community. After all, the success of COSME is the success of European SME. Today, we wanted you to basically three things. First, better understand how to apply and, of course, to participate in COSME. Our speakers have covered practically every angle, and I hope that you feel like you have been given a 360 perspective from the Commission, EASME, successful applicants, and an evaluator. Second, we also wanted you to be able to ask questions about participating in COSME and, of course, get the answer you need. I hope that we succeed all together. I hope also that you managed to take up the networking opportunities that were on offer with peers and experts. That was also the purpose of this Info Day. And if you still have questions, don't forget that there will be opportunities after closing to have a bilateral discussion with colleagues. Thirdly, we want you to leave the event knowing how you can stay informed and stay in touch. We really welcome your feedback, as Valentina said, and this is how we can continue to improve the program for the benefit of everyone. So I'm counting on you to keep this dialogue open. Before closing, I would like to thank the project beneficiaries for having shared their experience. I hope that their stories have been an inspiration and a motivation for many of you to apply. I would like also to thank our EASME project advisor for providing insights and guidance. This is a kind of collaborative spirit that we are really, really proud of in EASME. Big thanks to our external speakers, Luca Rispapen and Silvia Barbone, for bringing their experience and advice to the table. And last but not least, big thanks to all other EASME colleagues, Claire, Cedric, Gunnar, Erwan, Agnieszka, Francesca, Magda, Alan, Andrea, Valentina, among others, who participate as a speaker, and especially to my team, who lead the organization of this event. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for taking part in these COSME Info Days, both in person as well as online. I very much hope that we have answered your questions, provided a useful space to network, and, most importantly, convince you to apply. We look forward to hearing from you, and as our director, Julien Guerrier, said this morning, maybe even sharing one of your histories on a future COSME Info Day. Thank you.
I think I declare this first COSME Info Day closed. Thank you.